And we're live. This is Julian Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and I hope everybody is having an amazing Black History Month. It's another Wednesday, hump day, and wow, I think I've been on TikTok, Clubhouse for over a year because I got the balloon. I think that's the celebration, and yeah, congratulations to me. So, as usual, we don't really have a set program tonight, so feel free to throw in your questions and stuff. I probably will talk about a few different things, um, maybe marketing and promotion. The idea I had about the raffle. I don't know if anybody saw that post earlier. Looking at different ways on how we can create more opportunities for people in St. Lucia. It's a beautiful country, but a lot of people are suffering there. Unemployment is extremely high. There's lots of youth that have really nothing to do, and so we want to create I don't know, we don't even know what we're going to create, but hopefully opportunities that will, encourage the youth to get into Seamoss or into other businesses. It doesn't have to be Seamoss; it could be anything, as long as they're just not fighting in the streets, like, you know. Anyways, music a bit, and we'll wait a few minutes before people get into the room before we get started. So if you are watching and you have any questions that you were looking to get answered, now would be a good time to ask a question. Make sure I'm getting streaming on my Seamoss Buyers Club. Yeah. I actually think I need to get a haircut. Looking rugged. It's been spending too many hours at the warehouse. I've been like every day there since from 9 in the morning till like 9 at night, trying to get caught up on all these orders to make sure that we're just like ahead of things. Because, as the business starts to scale, you got to make sure that, you don't get any of these kind of like delays or backlogs that like will push your business from growing and kind of like um, have a lot of, if the orders aren't getting out, you're going to get complaints. You know what I mean? And so you want to, as you grow, you want to kind of avoid getting those complaints. So some of those things is just making sure that you have enough supply, more than what you need. Like even today, it didn't come, but I had an order of like boxes, and about way more boxes than what I needed. But I know that I have them there, and it saves me money over the long run because I negotiate a better price by getting them in bulk, and then also I reduce the number of shipping times that the product shipped to me, and that alone costs money, right? And so the less it ships to me, the more it's there, the less I have to wait for it. Every time is money, and so the more time you spend waiting, the more money you're wasting. That could be going into creating more orders or doing more business. So yeah, those are some things to think about, I guess, when you're growing, is making sure that you definitely have enough stock on hand, whether it is boxes or bottles or even just sea moss. Um, Even with bottles, like I know one guy, he buys. I have to ask him how long he buys it for, but I know he buys his bottles for his Seamoss by the pallet. And so rather than going to run to dollar stores and these other places, he's just got them sitting in his warehouse. And when he needs them, he just pulls the jars, and the price he pays for them are like pennies. You know what I mean? I was even telling him that you could buy some extra bottles and sell those bottles at retail price and make enough money to probably pay for the cost of the bottles, including his, like he would get his bottles for free, you know? And so as you grow your business, sometimes those are the kind of strategies you need to start thinking about and putting in place in your business so that when it grows and you're growing with it, you're trying to minimize costs at every angle, because when you're scaling and you're selling, say, 1,000 pounds a month, $1 is going to translate to $1,000. $1 saved. So if you can save $5, that's $5,000. You know, and so it really comes down to your cost of goods sold. You know what I mean? Making sure that you understand exactly what it costs to sell you that product that you sell, and you look at every component and see how you can find ways to cut costs in each segment, and then that will contribute to your overall cost. You know? And yeah, when it comes to scaling, that's critical. You know, so, some things to think about when growing your business and stuff. Uh, Definitely one area you really want to kind of like be focusing on more than anything is the marketing, because you could have, I find too many people spend their time on the packaging and the 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 look of the product and the text and the pictures and all that kind of stuff. And like at the end of the day, um, people are going to go with what they see the most. And you could have a shitty product or a shitty looking product, and if it's shown more times than the person that has the good product or the fancy looking package and everything, people are going to tend to pick that product that they see the most, even though it doesn't look as appealing as the other product. Like, there's a reason why all those Seamosses get sold in all these grocery stores and stuff. It's because people see them all the time. If your guys' product was there and they sell your product instead of theirs, then um, they would probably purchase your product. But they aren't going to look at that product and say, I wonder if there's another product better. They're like, nope, this is the product here. I'm going to put it in my pocket and go. And so, it's key to make sure that you put your product as many places as you possibly can so it can be seen by as many people. Because the more people that you see or see the product, the greater chances you will have of them wanting to make the purchase of that product. And then if you go further and sort of, how do you say it, focus your like or target where your marketing is, then you'll get a higher percentage of people interested in the product. And so that's kind of like I believe the sort of like the your overall sort of like thought or strategy is to be like, how do I um, get this product in as many people that I know? Like, well, first of all, who's most likely to buy my product, and then why are they likely, and how do I where are all these people, and how do I get my product in front of them? Because if you had a room full of all these people that were known to want that product, and you were the only person to come in and say, hey, I got the product, people would dive and your ship would be gone. The problem is, in this world, the people that really want the product are everywhere, you know and some even just they need to be educated on the product so that they can decide that that is the product for them. Because once they realize and taste the product and see the benefits, it's kind of a no-brainer, you know. So yeah, I don't know if anybody knows this, but I actually started. I don't know if there's a way to put it in there, but maybe I'll put it in the comments afterwards. Is I have a Calendly link, and so if you ever want to have like a one-on-one conversation with me, um, you're welcome to book a scheduled time with me, and we'll sit and talk, and you know, we'll whatever you want to talk about, we'll talk about it. And our like my past appointments have been like all over the range where it's been people that have been selling Seamoss in Africa and they're wondering how do they expand their market there, or someone that is in North America selling gel and how do they, increase their business, or how do they make the product more safer for people to use and that kind of stuff. So it's not like it's just for people looking to buy CMOS. This is an opportunity for anybody that's interested just in CMOS in general. And, generally how to get into the business, or what the business is like, or what my opinion is of the industry. You know what I mean? That's probably you know, what I'm probably good at talking about. But, we'll talk about anything. I have a lot of experience in running businesses and creating markets and stuff. So Yogi says, where do I stay? I actually stay in Toronto, Canada. And so I'm in Toronto now, but I do have a home in St. Lucia. And so I live there between here and St. Lucia. Yeah, and thanks. Cool. And actually, you know what? Let me put the chat overlay so people can see. That was what you were saying. So if you'd like a meeting, the best meetings are done by phone. And I'm going to see if I can get into my Calendly app right now. And if I can, I will post the okay. Post the link there. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so there's the link for you to book an appointment with me to talk. And the only reason why I have this kind of link really is because you know I have a busy life, and there's some times where I need to block off time and make sure that I dedicate my focus on certain things, and it just allows me to time the people around the time. So there's no sort of commitment financially, or any expectation or obligation. I only ask that if you can't make it, you let me know, and you reschedule, or just send me a message and cancel it. So where do you get the contact info? So I'll put it in my our 1-800 number. 681. So this is our toll free 1-800. Oh shit, I didn't put it right. This is our 1-800 number, and you can call me anytime. You'll reach either me or my partner Ashwin, although he's usually never available. He's always hard to get hold of. And yeah, you can reach me on that. Or when you schedule the appointment, I'll send you an email with my contact number, and I'll give you my direct number so you can reach me there, which is the best way to handle it. What I'll do is once you make the meeting, maybe sometimes it's I get busy, so I don't get back to you like a couple hours before the appointment. But I'll send you before the appointment starts. I'll send you my phone number, and you basically call me on that. You can call me on WhatsApp, or you can call me on Facebook audio, or like either if you follow me on Instagram, you can call me on there, or Facebook Messenger, or just directly. Either way, you call me at the time of the meeting, and then we'll talk for an hour. And if I have more time after that, and there's nothing else scheduled, I'll keep talking. And usually, I don't really cut it off right at the time unless I got something else waiting on, you know, after that scheduled appointment. So yeah, that's my Calendly link. Let me know if you guys have any more questions. It's funny. The other day, I was like, kind of like, I'm always kind of pondering. Oh, Kelly, I wasn't able to set up the cinnamon sticks purchase. Um, I'm not even sure how to sell the cinnamon sticks. Um, so I'm going to go and do some research in the next couple of days. Why don't you call me, Khalid, and I'll work something out with you, and we'll do like a price offline, and I'll ship you the cinnamon sticks because I don't want you to wait until I get around to doing it. Um, but I don't mind. I got them to sell them, so call me. Let's make a deal. I'll sell them to you. You know what I mean? But they are really good shit. It's authentic. I've been trying them out myself. But one thing I've been really trying out and I've been happy with is the cola nuts. And so I think we're going to start getting more into these cola nuts. I've been adding it to my coffee, and I really feel like I don't know, maybe it's a placebo or not, but I find that I'm having more energy, less appetite. I can go longer without eating, although I really don't eat much to begin with. And then I'm just more alert and less tired. Usually in the afternoon, I'll either want to have a nap or something. I'm not feeling that when I'm having the coconut. And it is kind of like a little bit of a stimulant that just kind of keeps me motivated and going, but it's natural. So, um, I'm not worried about it. Yeah, so I think everybody should do some research on cola nuts. Um, so far, I'm having a good experience with them. Although I'm not 100% sure I'm using the right dosage. They use more or little, but I know that they talked about online them being bitter, and I didn't find that the powder that I have is bitter. Although it didn't really dissolve too much in the coffee, and I found that in the end I would scoop up a little bit of that and just eat it, just to make sure that I was ingesting enough of the cola nut. And it just has a little bit of a nutty taste, more like I won't say sawdust, more of a fibrous texture, and with no taste to it except for that kind of nutty woody taste. Yeah, yeah, the cola nuts are cool. Actually, do I have? Let me grab it, but and you know what? I need to keep an eye on the clubhouse because for all I know, someone could be joining there and waiting to talk, and I'm not doing what. So here they are. This is the powder, and I got to figure out the size and the price still on what we're going to package this in. But so far, this seems like a good winner. I'm liking the cola nuts. I'd like to even say mix this with meringue and see what that result is like. Like having a cola nut meringue tea with some other kind of maybe flavors to it. You know? Do I have the cinnamon here? Yeah. So I have a little piece of this in it. I actually chewed on some of this the other day, and it was really nice. So this is a piece of the cinnamon stick. And so this is the real stuff. This was not cut with no machine. I think my partner, I got to double check with him to be sure. He has a video. I know I have a video, not of us getting this exact Seamoss, but this exact cinnamon sticks. But I have a video. I could probably find it later of the process of them cutting the wood to make this stuff. And so I'm pretty sure he got a video of it when it was done. Another thing we have that really cool I want to try is nutmeg. And so this is the fresh nutmeg. I think my partner told me that his friend picked some of these themselves. They went in the tree and picked these from the tree. And so again, this is the real, like, all pretty much hand picked. Well, pretty much is hand picked because I know there was no machine used in it, and it's all natural. So I gotta get around to pricing these too, the nutmegs. But I think if you're wanting to have like a kitchen with, you want to have these different spices and seasonings so that you can add flavor to your food. And nutmeg is one that's used in a lot of cooking, especially baking. Mm-hmm. It's just a quiet room tonight. You know what I mean? Usually I got people coming in asking a lot of questions, or joining in on the conversation. Who wants to come in and talk on the live stream, or even join me on the clubhouse? That way you don't have to show yourself on the video. You can just talk one-on-one, and you don't have to worry about typing. Or even just shout, put something in the comments of something you'd like to hear me talk about. Whether it's like, what's the difference between gold and purple, which I get asked quite a bit, and I don't mind explaining. Or just, how is Seamoss grown? How's it dried? I mean? I actually have stuff. Let me pull my Instagram up maybe. I'm going to show you guys that. Because I've never checked to see how many people watch it, but I have a feeling that people miss the tabs that I have on the screen. Let me share my screen here. So the cocoa sticks were out, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. But we will be getting them on the next shipment. We're going to get a big order of them. It's so funny because we actually got the big order by mistake, because he went to order more cola nuts, and the guy thought he said cocoa sticks. So he got all this cocoa sticks together, and he was like, no, I want the cola nuts. And then he was like, my partner was like, forget it. We'll just do the cocoa sticks. Anyways. So if you go into my Instagram page here and you go to harvesting, you will see us going through the process of harvesting. And actually, let me turn on the sound for it. So this is wild-crafted Seamoss.
You want to be in the video?
That was dyed for.
No.
And it's not a lot here. We're just cleaning it. More like doing this to show everybody like how it's done. So this is the second process when it's getting bleached.
Got some bags up on the roof right now.
And what I'm doing is I'm bleaching them. So I saw the before.
So my Instagram is at Seamoss.
This is now the I guess what you would call the second phase of the process. We do the sun bleach. And so this has been this morning. I had to here at about 7 a.m. And it's now gotten really hot, so I just want to open the bags a little, let the Seamoss.
So I just want to pause this for a second just to kind of let people know that I don't know if you caught me saying that like 7 a.m. So this Seamoss, it's not like you just put it out there and you set it and forget it. From the process of cleaning it to the finished part of drying it, you have to constantly monitor this and watch it. Not only to make sure that it doesn't get too hot and heated and stressed, but also to make sure that there's no bad weather and it gets wet or raining. And so I literally had to be dedicated to making sure that this Seamoss, like, in order to get good Seamoss, like you can get shitty Seamoss where they're not kind of paying attention to it and they're not getting the care and stuff. But to get it like this, where you see the finished product, it takes time. And I want to remind you guys, this is Seamoss that I cleaned and dried myself and bleached. This no one helped me do this. This was all that I did myself. This was part of the process that I learned in order to get initiated, or I believe to get initiated, so that I can work with my partner, and so that he knew that I understood what it takes, and the work that's involved and the care in making good Seamoss. It's not some kind of like flip the switch or put it in a dryer and you got Seamoss. So no, it's still what time it is.
Breathe a bit. I don't want it to get too hot and sort of like boil or cook. And so, yeah, I'll probably put this out for another hour or two, and then I'm going to take it out, clean it out, and set it on another rack to more dry. Like I'll chocolate is done, and then I'll take it out. So this is the next stage in the process of processing Seamoss. Okay, yesterday we had them in the bags. I had them out in the sun bleaching. I don't know if you remember one of the original pictures, I'll try and post it, is where the Seamoss was all brown, like a dark golden brown. This is what it looks like after it's been bleached. And so it turns a very translucent, like white blonde, like a white yellow. Some places get really white. I mean, the idea is you want to try and make sure it bleaches even as possible. And then you put it in the sun here, and then we just leave it to dry. And then I come out every so often, and I'll turn it over, and I'll make the bottom parts look to the top, and just let the cool breeze.
Yeah, so I was like the cool breeze get it. So that is the process of drying the Seamoss. Oops, sorry. Yeah, that was the process of drying the Seamoss. And if you want to check that out for yourself, and go back and look at it closely, I know it's hard to see on the screen and everything. You can check that out on my Instagram account. So let me know if you guys have any questions about that. One of the things I don't know if you noticed is that as it was changing colors, there was a little, like to white, there was a little bit of a pink and stuff. If you weren't to bleach that and to actually dry that Seamoss in the dark, it would turn like a dark purple. And so before it turns white, it will turn pink. And it's part of the I guess the heat and the way the sun hits the Seamoss that it changes its color from within inside. And so that was something maybe I should mention now too, because I've been getting a lot of questions where people were asking me about the color running in the Seamoss and it dying. And so, I kind of struggled to understand what was causing this because honestly, at the beginning, I didn't really know. And to be honest, I really still don't know. I just more have a suspicion or a hypothesis of what could be causing it. And this is where it is that this Seamoss is like majority moisture, water coming from the sea. when you see it wet, it's heavy with a lot of water. I don't know what the percentage is. Let's say it's 80, 90% or whatever. All right. When you change the color and you bleach it, it's the it's the liquid or the moisture that's inside the sea moss that's changing, not so much the sea moss itself. The sea moss is more of a fibrous structure, and the liquid that's in it is like that's in that it's inside. And so when it rehydrates, it's possible that some of that color could run. I know that when you are doing the sea moss in purple, if there is like bad weather or change in humidity and it rains and the sea moss gets wet or there's moisture that's coming to the sea moss, the color on the sea moss the purple will run and it won't become pure. It will have like white, variations in it. It will light white to dark and stuff like that. And so that happens a lot when, not always the case, but happens a lot when there's a change in the weather and the sea moss is doesn't have a chance to cure in the way it should. So what's the difference between your sea mosses versus others? Is all sea mosses equal? No. I don't believe that all sea moss is equal, but I also don't know what the difference is exactly between my sea moss and others. In order for me to answer that honestly, I would have to really test and or even sample the different sea mosses from different people. So I haven't. So I can't really compare our sea moss to anybody else's. I can go into why I think the CMOS that we particularly sell is of good quality and of value. And it's mainly one because of the waters that it's grown in, you know what I mean, and the conditions that these are grown in. But also, secondly, that the farmers and the people that handle the product and the way they treat it. Like this thing is a very delicate organism, and if it's not dried right, if it's not cleaned right with the proper knowledge, if it's done half fast and stuff, a lot of the nutrients can get removed and washed off, and it's just not properly easily consumable. Do you know what I mean? Like you want it dried right. You want to make sure that it's not going to have a high moisture content, so that there's mold and stuff like that, bacteria growing, and you want to make sure that these people are growing it in a good region, and they're not leaving it out to get like stepped on or whatever. I don't know. Like my point is that you need to know and trust the people that you're buying from and that you're working with. And I know like firsthand that the reputations and the people that we buy from, we don't just like buy from anybody. And that's not to put anybody else down, but you know, there's a mutual respect from the people that we buy from, and we all know that we take great pride in producing a product that represents St. Lucia, and you know, um, we can't afford to have anything go wrong. We can't put any bad product out there and have it sort of because it's like, one bad St. Lucian CMOS, like what they say, one bad apple ruins the bunch. I believe that can be very true in this kind of situation. And so, Yogi, you're right. It does make sense. I do believe that CMOS is like weed, even to the point that you know every time you cook a batch of weed or grow a batch of weed, it's going to be different. It's not always going to have the same THC content and the same effects on you. You know what I mean? And so that's the reality. You know what I mean? It's a plant. You know what I mean? It generally has a usually consistent level of nutrients every time you test it, right? But that's not to say that one day it's going to be off the charts and one day it might be at the baseline. I don't know. I don't test the CMOS to know for sure. But I do know that in theory, like how plants are, that's how it is. I think even apples don't have the same nutrient content for each apple consistently per apple. You know what I mean? It really comes down to how you're growing it, what conditions you're putting it under, how you're harvesting it, when you're harvesting it. You know what I mean? That could affect the nutrient level of a fruit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm open to discussing for sure. Mhm. What else can I show you? Actually, let me find it in here. It is like literally my favorite ad that I've ever made of all time. To me, this was the most. I got to redo it so that it's probably because I think when I first did it, it was like I did it on Canva and I wasn't really good at Canva, but it's a funny one. It's got my dad in it. Fuck what? It must be so old. I can't even find it. I have so many posts. Well, I should clean this up. Funny, I go to some of these guys' Instagram and they have like one post or two posts. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I'm going to share the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Yes, you can test Seamoss in the lab, but it's not cheap. So this is my favorite. So this is my picture of my dad, and what's funny is he's holding like one day my uncle bought fish for us, and he was happy that my uncle bought fish. He was like, "Oh, look at the fish! Look at it!" So he shows me the fish. So that's him supposed to be smiling and happy, you know, like look at that face. And so I put, you know, what is it? I tried to order sea moss from this random guy on Instagram, and he shipped me this fish. Don't trust any random to be your plug. Know your source. Don't buy fish. Buy St. Lucian sea moss. Yeah, I thought that was badass. I thought it was so funny because, like, everybody's afraid of like ordering and not getting what they order. You know what I mean? And sometimes, maybe that was the only time I threw shade on somebody, but it was more of meant to be like a joke and be funny. I thought it was funny. I still laugh today at this stuff. Just looking at him with the fish. Yeah, that's my props. So Yogi, you're asking, do like they do marijuana? Oh yeah, can they test in the lab like they do marijuana? Yes. So to answer the question, they do. I think I answered it already. They do. They're just not. How you say it? It's not cheap. And I think you got to specify what you want to test for. Like, do you want to test for heavy metals and toxic stuff, or do you want to test for like minerals, or and I think when you do the minerals and nutrients, you have to pick which ones you want them to test and stuff. And from what I have heard or seen, like, well, I'll say this: no one showed me a place where they can test for 92 minerals. You know what I mean? And so and if they do, it's kind of like the test ends up being like several $1,000s. It's like $200 or $150 US per minimum. So that's a lot of, you know, that's a lot of, that'd be like 9,000. So more than that, because there's like 118 elements. Because you'd have to test for them all every single possible element just to see, excuse me, which elements were which. You know what I mean? Unless you hit it right off the nose. But then yeah, you can never be sure if there's even more than what they say. Also, Khaled, I hear your question was about how about discussing Focus Sticks. Let me know what you want to know about Focus Sticks. They're a great product. If you're into cacao and want to try like a hot cocoa tea and stuff like that, it's sort of like the drink of St. Lucia. You know what I mean? Like their national drink. Uh, like if I had to say like what is their national drink, it would be cocoa tea, or sorry, their national like food and stuff. It would be cocoa tea, saltfish and bakes, and then also they have saltfish and green figs, which is basically unripened bananas, boiled green figs. I think it's like boiled unripened bananas. Pretty good. I'll be right back. That's all. So cocoa sticks are good for making cocoa tea, but I'm sure you can use them in all different other types of recipe that might call for like a dark chocolate, or if you wanted to add something that added to like a dessert or something like that, and you wanted to be sort of raw and healthy, then I would recommend using the cocoa stick in that, like maybe grating some on it. Maybe you can grate some on it with the nutmeg. I need another finger. Yeah, allergies have been acting up lately, especially with packing all that Seamoss, the dust and everything. It's like, yeah, it gets dusty sometimes, but it is what it is. We're gonna, and let me know if anybody has any like business questions about the Seamoss industry, even like how we got started in it. Oh, what's up, Yusuf? Whoop, I almost knocked off my drink. What's up, bro?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
Cool, cool. This is a closed room. I didn't know that.
Oh, what else?
Maybe I locked it. I just got this note saying, "Oh, this is a closed room." Well, what happened? I guess he's gone. Maybe he'll come back. That was Yusuf. He always pops up, usually on Instagram or Clubhouse. I wanted to do Instagram today, and I was so pissed. I got home and I realized I left the my iPad at the warehouse, and in order to do the Clubhouse and the Instagram, I would need both devices, which I don't have. So Instagram had to take the hit tonight, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And stuff. Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, I had to get off and come back on.
Yeah, that's weird. And then somehow the room was closed from the beginning because the replays are off. I hate oh, it was weird. When I was setting it up, it said the replays were on, but now it looks like it's off, which sucks because I know a lot of people listen to the replays afterwards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So where are you in right now? What town are you in? What town are you in? Are you home still? Or?
No. I'm on the road. I'm in Houston right now with a flat tire at the receiver trying to unload me.
Oh shit!
I have a flat tire. My brake, the little thing the air in the tire.
Yeah.
That ripped off. I'm like, man, I'm in bad shape.
Oh shit. So you're gonna be able to get out of there?
I don't know. Hopefully when I get out of the door, I'll have somewhere to park. But I doubt it. So I doubt it.
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm gonna do.
Because then you got to do like roadside assistance because you can't change that tire yourself, right? Those things are huge.
Definitely not. Even if I could, I would. But yeah, I'm messed up right now.
Oh, that fucking sucks, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, one day it'll be over.
Yes. I hope so.
I'm trying to be positive. I'm sorry.
There's always something. I was like 3 miles away from this place and it happened. I'm like, I was right around the corner. I was like, how did this happen that fast?
Oh shit. Well, hopefully it's maybe something they can plug up and just fill the tire up. You know what I mean?
No, it ain't that tire. My tire puncture has like a big old, just a hole, whatever.
Like a gas.
The tire is flat right now. My front tire on a trailer is flat. Completely flat. And the little air, I forgot what they call it, the chambers that hold the air, that push the air to use the brakes and all that stuff, that got completely ripped off.
And that's what keeps the air pressure in the tire at all times.
Yeah. Yep.
So something must have caught it and just tore it apart. Wow.
Yeah, ripped that off and punctured the other tire. Because the tire that is punctured, it still has its chamber, but the tire that's not flat don't have the air chamber on it. It's completely off.
I bet you the air chamber is what made the puncture in the other tire.
I don't know. It could have. It could have.
You know,
it's just a big piece sticking out of it. Like I put my finger and I was like, well, that tire isn't no more good.
That's gone. That's gotta suck. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that. Fuck though. Hey, what do you know about cola nuts? Have you ever heard of cola nuts?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you got them, I want them. If you can get them whole, I'll take.
Yeah, I got them. And I don't know if I got
whole or you got powder.
I got the powder, but I can ask him.
Can be good.
I can ask him about getting the whole nuts.
So can you get it? I mean, you're getting it from St. Lucia, right?
Yeah, and it's growing naturally wild in St. Lucia.
Okay, yeah, because I'm not sure if it's legal down here.
Really?
Or not. Yeah. Now, if you can ship, if you can ship those seeds down, yeah. I just need one.
I don't know if I can ship the seeds, but I can definitely ship the powder.
So what happens if you put one seed in there and hide it inside the powder?
Well, here's the thing too. When I ship stuff, like they don't really like examine every package. So I have a feeling like even if I did put the seeds, it'll get through. You know what I mean? It's not like my Seamoss is getting stopped every time. You know, it doesn't get stopped at all. Fingers crossed.
But yeah, cola nut is good if you want energy. You know, it has way more caffeine in it than coffee.
Well, I gotta be careful with that then. I didn't know that. Maybe that was like the rush feeling that I was feeling.
That's the same thing they put in the Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Well, Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. I think they actually use it in Coca-Cola. Not sure if they still do.
Hey, Rio, what's up, bro?
But yeah, I'll definitely get some from you and a cinnamon whenever you start selling them. I'll get it from you.
Yeah, well, I was even telling this guy Khaled earlier, maybe just call me and let's work out a price on.
Oh, you take cacao too?
Huh?
Oh, what else you take?
Khaled. There's a guy, Khaled or Khalid. He was on the Facebook Live, talking in the chat. And Yeah, he was asking about the cinnamon sticks and the cocoa sticks. Actually, you should sell him some of your cocoa sticks.
Hey, yeah, hey, if you want some, because I have a lot. I didn't know it was like, man, I have a lot. I haven't really even started using them like that. I only use like 2.
Yeah.
I gave like 2 away or whatever. I'm gonna send some to my mom. Um, yeah, but I'm gonna start putting it on top of like desserts, ice cream, different type of desserts, put it in different type of smooth, because I use it on top of stuff. I don't really mix it in.
Mm-hmm.
I use it like it's like powdered sugar or like something that's powdered. I scrape it on top.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta try and use it more. I got so much of it. I got a bunch of ones too, like you can't sell because they got damaged, or I think they're like the customs broke them or something like that. Maybe they thought there was like cocaine in the middle or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, they break them because like they actually send coke that kind of way. They make them. It's just like that, but it's compressed more, and it's the same shape as the those cocoa sticks. They just they just white.
Mm-hmm.
Like they do coke like that. It comes like chalk. It's shaped just like that. So they probably think, if they break them, they probably look in the inside to see if it's something inside of it. They call them fingers.
They call them what?
Fingers.
Yeah. Those sticks are good. Those things are good.
Well, yeah, customs used to be ripping my shit all apart.
I remember you were telling me about that.
Love.
What?
I said custom used to rip all my stuff apart. I used to order from the Bahamas. They ain't show me love at all, man. They used to rip my stuff apart.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Open my bottles, drain out the tonics and stuff. I was like, oh man, these people here.
Mm-hmm. So the real Cynthia here had a comment. She's like, I don't get the Seamoss stuff. Seems silly. And I'm just curious what part of it she seems silly about it. Because I mean, once you try it, there's nothing silly about it. It's a great product. It's like makes you feel good. I love Seamoss. Like definitely, I believe it makes you operate at a higher vibration than your normal stuff. Yeah,
it really does. It makes your stomach feel better. It makes you less hungry. You can literally put it in anything if you know how to prepare it. You can put it in anything. You can thicken up sauces, make soup, make anything with it. Ice cream, all types of stuff.
Yeah, I know. I know. And yeah, and I think there's so many ways that we could be using Seamoss even in recipes and stuff that we're just not using.
Yeah.
Whether it be soups and stuff. I know there's some places they use garceleria as salad. But I
rather what?
They use a garceleria like salad.
Yeah, I ate it like that before. But like Italian. No, it was lemon juice. Cause we made like a lemon like dressing, lemon oil, and some other seasonings. We chopped up onion, bell pepper, and we ate it like that. It was pretty good.
I wonder what it'd be like. Taste of like you sauteed it with like soy sauce and some other like seasonings.
Sauteed, it's gonna come out much.
No.
I wonder how that would taste. I want if you probably can dry like beef jerky, that might be cool.
What?
I said if you can do it like beef jerky, that might be cool.
Like, how would you do it beef jerky? Because I mean, it is kind of dry like beef jerky as it is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm thinking. I was like, I wonder how that would taste. Like if you clean it and soak it in some type of soy sauce and stuff and let it re-dry, and it be flavored. I wonder how that would taste. It probably feel like gristle once you start chewing it, but it might taste good, which I eat it raw sometimes. I wouldn't have a problem eating it like that.
I think you onto something, Yusuf. I think if you could probably use it to make an imitation bone, it will probably be really good to make an imitation bone.
Yeah, if you may have to like work with it. I think if you can like make a gel, I guess, and like freeze it, thaw it out, and like freeze dry it, and like to try to change the texture of it.
What you think about deep fried Seamoss?
Good.
I don't know.
You gotta go run to the bathroom.
I know. It would you do it hydrated or dehydrated?
It would have to be dehydrated.
No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe hydrate. Well, you'd have to batter it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Do a batter. I'm thinking calamari. That's what I'm thinking. Like, it'll be close to.
Actually, that would be cool. Like a vegan calamari.
Yeah.
And you dry it in like a tempura batter.
But it may have to be something fast because the Seamoss, when I heat it to it turns into like super soft. But it does feel like calamari. Like that's exactly how it feels. So you may have to. That's exactly how it feels. It feels like gristle, like calamari.
And you could probably soak the Seamoss in some kind of seasoning to have it so that when you eat it, it has a flavor to it.
You know what? I'm gonna try.
Holy fuck, guy! Try it.
No, I'm gonna try soaking in soy sauce because when they do the ramen and then you get the egg inside the ramen.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They soak it in soy sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, try it. Try to soak it like you're doing a jerky. Clean it, rehydrate it, and then soak it in soy sauce stuff and just let it dry. It may be chewy and flavorful like beef jerky.
Mm-hmm.
And it already has a little salt in it. That's if you want to keep that salt on it, but soy sauce has salt in it.
Yeah, you probably have to do like a low sodium soy sauce, but no, but then you batter it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Batter it with like a tempura batter, and then deep fry it and see if it's like if anything, it's gonna have some kind of soft thing like onion ring or something.
Yeah.
You know what? How about this? You think, okay, how about soaking it, not batter, soaking it, and then freezing? Because when you do fries, if you want a really crispy fry, the trick to it is to let it cool, like in the fridge, and then you drop it in the deep fryer. So if you batter it after you freeze it, you probably could keep,
That's true. You'll have a nice texture.
I know that's what we used to do. Cut the fries, put it in some cold ice water, and we used to take it out, let it drain, fry it, and then put it in a cooler, let it cool down. And then we use that like the whole day or the next day.
Yeah.
And it's super crispy.
Okay. Hey, Julian, I'm about to experiment. So what's the code to, is it buy to get? Because I've been trying to do it the other day and it didn't go through. So.
It's buy to get one free.
Okay. And you have to write the words, so it's buy, the number 2, get, and then number 1
free. But here's the thing, and I think this is where you're making the mistake. You have to have 3 items in your cart.
Okay, yeah. No, I just didn't. I didn't put free in. I just thought it was buy 2 get 1.
No, buy 2 get 1 free. All capitals.
Oh, all caps. Okay.
I don't know if the all capitals make a difference, but that's how I put it.
I'm gonna tell you right.
Yeah.
no, all camp stuff doesn't make a difference.
I don't know why these guys put these snacks in front of me. When I'm on the live stream, I'm talking and stuff. I just start grabbing shit. I just ate all this like M&Ms.
I'm so hungry. I ain't eat the whole day today at all.
Sorry.
Like nothing, man. I didn't eat anything today.
Hey, he right here smacking in your ear.
Yep. Talking about rhino. I do French fries and mashed potatoes and corn chips they put in front of me.
Oh
Man.
shit! Well, fry up some Seamoss. You know, let's do this shit. These things. Last one.
Hey, y'all be, you know what had me rolling? One of my friends said, you can't eat one chip. I bet you just can't eat one chip. And I was like, bet you I can. And I showed him the one chip challenge thing that y'all use all.
Oh yeah, I have those too.
The one chips.
Yeah, that come in a coffin box. Yeah.
You tried one yet?
Hell to the no. I will. Just not right now.
Crazy. I can't believe, like, marketing genius. That's what I gotta say. And it shows you that, like, with the right promotion, anything's possible. Anybody can be turned on. You know what I mean? Because there's probably enough people out there that are like, fuck no, will I ever buy that thing? But because they spread it to enough people, they found enough people that were like, yeah, I'll get that. You know? And in fact, some people that may not have just like thought about getting it decided to get it just to see what it was, you know, out of curiosity or whatever, because everybody else like they triggered that emotion out of that person, you know what I mean, through their marketing. Hey, you decide to buy it, Yusuf?
Oh, I just bought it just to have it to wait for somebody to think that they, oh man, it ain't that hot. No, man, you know where I'm from, man. You know we do these hot stuff, and I want them to eat it just to see how they react.
You're such a troll.
That's it. I put it there just so that brave person can think that they can eat it. And I can't wait.
I can see you too. Like someone comes over to your house, starts talking shit, be like, "Hey, you know I got that coffin, that one chip. Oh, you got that one chip? Yeah, man. You tried that one?
Exactly.
Yeah, let me get it out for you." Oh fuck, that'd be funny. The setup. You gotta watch out for those things, you know? I remember one time when I was a kid, I think I was in like grade 7, so I had to be like 12 years old or something. And I had a friend named Jimmy, and it was like me, this other guy, Matt, and Noah. We go over to Jimmy's house, right? And we get inside his house, and on the kitchen table, there's this like perfect, beautiful chocolate cake, untouched. No one's had it. You know what I mean? It's just sitting there. And so the first thing I walk in the kitchen, and like the dad is like, "Hey guys, how's it going, man? How's it going here? Have some chocolate cake," right? And we're like about to answer, and then the mom comes in and is like, "Hey, what's up, boys? Hey, did you have some chocolate cake yet?" And then the sister's like, "Hey guys, why haven't you eaten chocolate cake?"
Oh hell no!
Yeah, we all looked at each other like, "No." I was like, no, it's not just a chocolate cake. But I don't know. I've never had it happen. I've had it close though happen to me where someone fucked up my food, and it was my brother. And this was in high school, and I'll never forget this one. He got mad at me for some argument. I used to be like a real fucking asshole to my younger brother. Like, you know, we joke about it now, right? But like, I was a dick, and I did something dick move, and he was like, "Fuck you," whatever, right? And we left in the fight, and I see him at school, and so he comes up to me and he's like, "Listen, you know, we're bros, and you know, I don't want to fight anymore, and da 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 da. Like, you know, I'm sorry, and I was wrong. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. You're right. And he's like, yeah, I made this sandwich for you, right? And I was like, oh, yeah, great. He's like, yeah, I know you left your lunch and this and that, right? So I brought you the sandwich. So I go to take the sandwich and I'm about to take a bite of the sandwich. And something made me look up and look at him, right? And you could just see him like getting ready to crack, right? Like, you know? So I was like, okay, what the fuck's up here? I opened up the fucking sandwich and inside he had put cat turds in it. I couldn't believe it. I was like, motherfucker. And can you imagine if I ate that? Oh my God. It had all the kitty litter and everything.
Y'all savage, boy.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Seamoss before we.
Oh yeah. Okay. One more thing.
What?
Let me go right. Can I try some of that? What's the hardwood stuff?
Bob Day.
Yeah. Can I try some of that? Like, where can I?
So I don't have any, like, I might be able to give you like a sample of like maybe one stick, maybe two sticks. I don't really have any more in stock. I have to go and ask my buddy to get some more. So I'll get him to do that. And so maybe in like 2 or 3 weeks, I'll have more Seamoss.
Okay. So should I like type something in like so you can know?
Yep.
And then okay.
Yeah, there's a note when you do it and just say, hey, it's Rio from the live stream. We talked about the sample. And I'll throw you in some samples and stuff like that. I'll hook you up.
So you want to start selling that on your website too?
What? The Bob Day?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got to figure out how to price it. But now that I've tried it and used it myself, and
Bob One Day?
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Really like it.
I don't even know what I said right. I was trying to sell it. I don't know how to spell it.
It's spelled BOIS and then BANDAE. It's Bois.
What?
Bois. So BOIS. And then a Bande. So it's BANDAE. Bois Bande.
That would have
Came up too.
Huh?
It came up too. I see. I see some on it.
It's a known like herb. Like it's like everybody knows it.
It's known, but it's not known. Not in the U.S.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. Known like that.
Here.
But in the Caribbean.
All type of stuff with it.
In the Caribbean. And so.
Y'all use the leaves too for it or no? Just the bark?
Just the bark. Maybe the roots too. I don't know.
I can see how much they price it. I see an ounce of it is $6.99.
Is it the powder or the sticks?
No, the sticks is $6.99. The powder, let me see, ground bark. And this on Etsy, so I'm just looking at it.
I could probably do it for like $6.
See anybody that sells it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 1 ounce of the powder is $10. I see $9.99.
Okay, so let's say $6 for an ounce. Is that what? Or how much was an ounce for? How much was it for $6? How many ounces?
That was 1 ounce.
Yeah, so let's do $6 an ounce. I'll do better than Etsy. $1. $1.
Look at let me see how much these people sell it for on Amazon.
The ones on Amazon are shit. I'm just kidding. I don't even know.
They sell 6 ounces for 17, 1 ounce for 13.
I'd like to know what countries though they're probably getting them from. Like, you know what I mean? I'd be curious if they're sourcing it from.
That is kind of high though for the powder like that. Like for an ounce of powder, $24. That's high. Like I would never buy an ounce of pine for $24
Why?
because it's any other place. Like when you selling stuff like that, like that's too high for powder. I never saw powdered anything that much. I mean, there's some cocaine, but nah, I never saw powder that's not that much at all. But you know, I was like, nah, so with botanicals powder, which I don't think they have that. So it's like it's good to go look at the different herbs. Like they have yohimbe bark. You know, and that's similar to that Balmond Day. Like that's similar to that, but this is from Africa, and they sell it in the whole like bark form, and they sell it in the powder. So I would kind of sell it like they sell it because it's a similar type of thing, but one does something that the other one doesn't. The yohimbe bark actually kind of lightly stretches it. So, you know, it does different things to the male organ.
Well, the Boblin Day is supposed to also work for females too.
Yeah, that's the best thing about the herbs. The herbs that help us in that area also help them in that area. Like that's, you know, the cool thing.
I'm still trying to give it to my wife. She refuses to take it. She doesn't want to be a guinea pig. Which is too bad.
Did you take it?
Huh?
Yeah, they have this so-called female liners tonic from the Bahamas.
No, I never seen those.
Uh-huh.
Never heard of them. A female line tonic from where? The Bahamas?
Yeah, it's a place called New Light. That female liner tonic, she take that, an ounce of that, like in a few, like she take that every day, man, they got poo helicopters flying out, yeah. But she take that like once a day for like a week or a few days. It can be a few days. She take like a shot of it every morning. When I tell you, once it get in her system, it's over.
No shit.
You better go high, brother. You better go high.
I gotta go sneak some in her.
You better go high. That's all I gotta say.
Well,
you better go high. You gonna be talking about you got a headache now. I got a headache, baby.
I remember this girl who I had a dispensary one time, and she came in to sell my product, and she told me about this cream that they have for the females, and I can't remember if it was with CBD or THC, but she said it was like the best cream that she's ever used. Like she's like she won't have sex without it, and I was like, what? I was like, okay, how much are those things?
Man.
Yeah. Crazy.
But yeah, my wife, she don't even want to like take the liners tonic stuff from the Bahamas anymore. Like she don't even want to talk about it.
Yeah.
It was too intense for her. Like she don't even want to talk about it stuff.
Do you think she'd ever do a yoni stream? Or yoni steam, I mean? A yoni steam. You know what a yoni steam is? Or yoni?
Oh, yeah. She probably good. I know a few females that talk about that. They do that.
I think it's crazy just how some heat, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's not the right platform to be talking about.
Say it again.
Pardon?
I've seen what it does. Like I've seen what came out after they inserted, because one of me and my aunt, she did it before, and the signs in me was like, can I see? Like, and stuff comes out for sure.
So they actually inserted something? Because I always thought.
No, they have the yoni steam. He may be talking about the He may be talking about the T-balls that they make. Like, yeah.
My bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is. I forgot the steam is.
Just like the pot.
Yeah, they squat over a pot. Which is, okay. If it works, good. But yeah. So purple's starting to become scarce in St. Lucia. I hope I don't start a panic.
Hey, what?
Yeah.
You said purple Seamoss?
Yeah, the price is gonna start going up soon.
Oh man, man, that's all you should be growing.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. I don't really take purple Seamoss. But yeah, I was talking to my partner the other day. He's just saying it's getting harder and harder. People that do have it are selling it for more. So it's kind of like, if you want to get it, get it. And then he was like, don't sell any of it on sale, which I did. And then he was like, oh, he wasn't upset, but he was just kind of like, come on, man, like, fuck, this thing is getting expensive. And that's some of the, I guess the part of running a business that buyers don't always see. It's like sometimes we're not always paying the same price for the product every time, but yet we got to keep our prices the same. And so, during certain times, we have to absorb these fluctuations. And if you don't plan for them properly in your business, it can really hurt you and really stop your cash flow is everything,
Yeah.
Like if you are not getting enough flow coming into your business, then you're gonna have to pull the money out of your pocket until the end of the month, and that's something that I think a lot of people don't realize, and even me, I have to remind myself. It's like, okay, I'm advertising for a month, right? But I could be advertising the same dollar amount for the first 3 weeks and not see any sales till the last week. And I need to make sure I have enough money to support that time during that 3 weeks of dry spell, because if I don't, then I won't build up enough momentum to do enough. The sales in the last week are going to be weaker, and it might not be enough to carry me through to the next month. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's something you got to think about, like month to month, making sure that you maintain enough sales, enough. You don't overspend on advertising, but you don't underspend. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you ever think about getting a greenhouse to dry your Seamoss? Would it make sense to do it like that?
So we do. A lot of the Seamoss farmers have solar dryers. And so it's possible, not possible, that's what they do. They dry it in the Seamoss, and they'll dry it in the sun. They have a one for drying, or for bleaching, and then they have bleaching tables and then drying tables. And then they'll do it in the sun. But sometimes they need to have it in the open air, especially when it comes to kind of drying, to make sure there's enough wind circulation to keep it from getting too hot while it's drying.
Yes,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the more the breeze, the faster it dries. That's why sometimes in some weathers they can't even do anything with Seamoss, especially if the water's rough. They can't go out there and either dive, especially, or get their plants from the ropes.
Do they free dive, or do they use tank?
They free dive for the most part. Or they'll have snorkel here. And what happens a lot is the Seamoss will tend to clump together in big bushes. So they'll find a spot where there's a lot of it. I don't know, just go down and then start pulling it up. You know? I don't know, when there's like really bad weather, a lot of it will break off and just float to shore. So there's some people that just make money just waiting for it to wash up on the shore. They come in the morning.
That's a good idea.
Huh?
That sounds like a good idea. Boy, I hope the weather bad, boy, because I can't wait for the Seamoss to wash up on shore.
Oh,
I'm about to rack up. I'll be out there every time. Oh, shit, man, I heard a thong come. I heard the wave.
Oh, they'll
about
kill
to
you, bro.
ride.
They'll come after you and shit. If they know like you're there waiting for, you know what I mean? Like some of them get mad. Some of these farmers, man, because and it's heartbreaking because a lot of times some of the Seamoss is like, especially the Seamoss, like a lot of times when there's bad weather, the Seamoss will break off from the farms and it will all wash up on shore. I mean, there was times where we would get calls and there'd be like, there's a big bonanza because, you know, all the Seamoss farmers lost their Seamoss, and they have to sit there and watch everybody pick it up. They can't fight you and say no, you know. But I think they're going to put a stop to it soon. I think they're going to start registering farmers. Well, they already do, but I think they're going to kind of enforce it in a way that if you don't have this farmer registry card, then you won't be able to, like, if they stop you and you have Seamoss, then you'll have to explain why you have Seamoss.
Like, I wouldn't die for it, man. This is from the rock.
Well, that's the thing. You're not allowed legally in St. Lucia. You're not allowed to dive from the rocks and sell it.
What?
Yep.
Oh man.
That's
what type of United States of law is that going over there?
Yeah. So I don't know if that's some information that I should be divulging, but it's the truth.
Oh man.
Now people do it. It's not to say that they don't, but legally, you know what I mean. Like you can get a lot of trouble if you're caught exporting wild crafted Seamoss.
Is it? I mean, and you know, but is it because of like something that's in the reefs or?
Yeah, it's like, see, this is the one of the arguments or the annoyances that I have because people are so like adamant about getting wild crafted Seamoss. Most of them don't really understand the difference or what it is, and they're only liking it because they feel they've been told. Not even they feel they've been told that this is the best. If everybody just said Seamoss and didn't care about wild crafted, then you know what I mean. But they do that because they feel like, okay, this is a way to differentiate my product from the other as being better, you know. But there's no way to certify or verify that your Seamoss is wild crafted. So every Seamoss can be wild crafted if they want. There's not even a standard definition of what wild crafted means, right? But this Seamoss that you harvest from the wild is destroying the marine environment. Okay, it is like a pivotal, like, how do I say it? Like pillar of how the marine life functions underwater. So Seamoss gives food to marine life on multiple levels. One, just Seamoss they eat the plant as vegetation, but also the Seamoss releases spores and grommets, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but basically sperm and eggs. And this stuff acts as the microphytoplankton to basically, not microphyto. It's basically a phytoplankton that's vegetative, like algae. I don't know the term, right? But there's a term for that type of plankton, and it's one of the building blocks for food for all life in the ocean, right? And then on top of that, the Seamoss is a filter, so it helps balance the water and make sure that there's not an overabundance of nitrates and other sort of things that can cause like just like an imbalance of the environment, like it helps regulate the pH level of the water in its surrounding areas. So it's like to take, and it was put there. Like there was a reason why it's there. So to come in and kind of like take it and take most of it, which is generally what happens when people are having such a huge demand for wildcrafted. It's like, you're really kind of like raping the environment and exploiting it. Like people go on about they're doing this for their health and stuff, but like, yes, it's good for your health, but at what cost? Do you know what I'm saying? And people don't understand that the cost is huge because the demand is enormous, right? And when you look at the amount of Seamoss that is required to produce even like 100 pounds, and then you start looking at the demand of people. I mean, I just got a shipment of 3,000 pounds, right? And I think for every 1 pound, it takes 10 pounds of wet. You know what I mean? So that's 30,000 pounds of wet Seamoss. If it was all wildcrafted, you know what I mean? That's 30,000 pounds that had to be removed from an island. And that's just me taking that every second month. I'm not the biggest seller in St. Lucia. I'm probably one of the smallest.
What? What?
Sure, dude, there's so many people selling larger quantities than me.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try and act like
I'm take over then, bro. I mean, you got the stronghold.
No. Nowhere near are we consuming the majority of the Seamoss. Not by close. There's so many other people that are. Even Red's Kitchen probably sells more Seamoss than we do. But here's the thing: we have probably the most access to Seamoss, right? So, like, for instance, the people that say Red Kitchen buys, and the people that say another brand buys, they may know only that person that they buy from, but we know that those people, and we know other people. We know the people that those people buy the Seamoss from. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like when you know everybody, you can kind of like you have room to move around. But what we try to do is not consolidate all the purchases to one person or one group. You know what I mean? Because, for us selling Seamoss, it's not just about selling the Seamoss. It's about selling it in a way that helps people as much as we possibly can. So my partner makes it a point to like make sure that he buys from smaller farmers that sometimes will get looked over because of whatever favoritism, whatever reason. You know what I mean? Sometimes some people just, they don't get picked, as sad as it sounds, that's just how it is. There's no real reason behind it. You know what I mean? I don't think any of the other sellers are acting malice or anything. I don't want to suggest that, but, everybody needs an opportunity, right? And that's what we're trying to do, rather than just deal with one person and it, it makes that one person fat. It's better to kind of like, give everybody like the Seamoss market's huge, man. And so, yeah, that's how we run our business. It's a big market, but yeah, we're not the biggest, but we do sell a lot of Seamoss. That's for sure.
So let me ask you: can you just get some Seamoss, get maybe some, not coral, but a rock, not a basically, just some chunks of rocks, attach it to the rock? Would it be considered wildcrafted, or does it have to start almost like how a bird would fly and just pop a seed in the ground? Well, okay. What's the specifics of your art?
See, I don't know. That's hard for me to answer that because my views of what wildcrafted is and what it means is different than what a lot of people. most people that and I know why you're referencing the rock. Most people believe that the benefit of wildcraft is because the sea moss was grown on the rocks, and that's where it gets its minerals. But I've learned through research that that's not the case, and that the sea moss doesn't have the biological functions to allow it to absorb minerals from the rock. Furthermore, just to go on with the theory, if they were to get the minerals from the rock, that rock would need to make sure that it had all 92 minerals in the rock. Otherwise, you wouldn't have all the minerals in the sea moss. And
Right.
I'm not a geologist, but my understanding is that most rocks don't contain 92 minerals.
They sure don't have gold, silver, and all rock. They sure don't have
Pardon?
a lot of stuff right now. Like they don't have copper in them. It's all type of stuff.
Yeah, they might have one or two. They're not going to have 92 minerals in every rock.
Yeah, and like people say 92 minerals. When you look at it, like people don't understand on that periodic table. Some of that stuff is gas. Some of the stuff that's on there is considered synthetic.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff on there is poisonous, and a lot of stuff on there is radiation. A lot of stuff on there is radioactive material. So yeah, sea moss can have a lot of stuff in it. If you get it from the right place and you eat that shit, you're gonna die. It's got 92 minerals in there. That's 92 all type of shit. But that you can find the information on it. It's books out there. You just have to know how to search for the book. Like Florida has a big marine place that deals with all type of seaweed. Like they document stuff like big time. They document everything.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, they have places in Florida that document sea moss. Like that's all places, not sea moss, but seaweed. All type of different seaweed.
Yeah.
And, Garcilaria, everything. They study it, everything about it. They know everything about it. They have a dude that they call him Tony Montana sea moss or seaweed because he knows that much about it.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you have like Florida big on their health. I ain't gonna lie. That's one thing about Florida.
Well, it is getting big, and people are studying it. I said it is getting bigger and bigger, and people are studying it, especially for stuff like animal food consumption and stuff.
Yeah.
Where they're really not going to care about these 92 minerals, even if there is, whatever, how many minerals are in the product. Oh. But as long as it produces the results that they want, then they're good,
Yeah.
They cannot complain.
Man, I'm hungry right now, man. I'm hungry. Man, I'm so hungry I can catch a rabbit and make a Philly steak and cheese with.
Well, can't you get something to eat?
Huh?
I said you can't get something to eat?
No, I'm getting unloaded and it's nothing here, man. I had to move. I had to keep moving today because they had two chicks in front of me at the gas station. Yeah, the truck stop there was just like took a whole hour just to get gas, and that kind of like that set me back, and I had to just leave. Like it was all types of stuff happening today. The company calling me, waking me up. Oh, when you gonna deliver the load? If I can deliver the load from 12 o'clock in the morning to 11 at night, why are you worrying about what time I deliver the load? I hate that. Like, okay, you really want to know I'm going to deliver the load at 9 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
God, I should have told him.
I'm gonna deliver it at 11 or at 10:50, like 2 minutes before it's supposed to be there. That's when I'm gonna deliver it. Fuck. And if I get in there before there, I'm early. Like sometimes I hate when people ask these kind of stupid questions that kind of answer themselves. Do you know what I mean?
And I'm like, man, I be wanting to get some sleep. They be trying to run me like a damn, run me.
I don't know. To me, it's like, and maybe I'm being picky, but it's like I expect that if you're going to ask me a stupid question like that, you divulge the reason why you're asking me the question when you're asking the question. Like I could handle someone saying to me, I'd like to know when you're getting there because I'm trying to schedule the time to do but just say, well, what are you getting there? Like what? So you can just be aware of when I'll call you 10 minutes before I get there. That's when you'll know. Like,
yeah, like
knowing 2 hours before I get there
I got
doesn't.
on the load for you.
Yeah, like I'll get there when I get there. So what happens if and I hate that sometimes answering that question because sometimes you don't know when you're going to get there. So what happens if I get there 10 minutes later? Well, you said you were going to get here at this time. Well, I thought I was going to get there at this time.
And that's always the problem. That's always the problem. I was like, bro, you have traffic, you have accidents, and I'm in Texas.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we don't know. That'll be cutting it close. I was like, well, I'm not the one trying to get the load moved.
Yeah. Well, you better watch it because you don't want to land yourself on the news where they're like, local man refuses to deliver fucking load. Starts war on the supply chain like wars or whatever. Do we have a problem with swap
Wage war on these people out there. Running. These people.
Yo, you said you from Louisiana?
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans.
I can hear it come out when you get a little passionate.
But man, these people is, I tell you. Don't drive trucks for nobody. If you don't own a truck, don't drive it.
Yeah, you gotta get the truck, your own truck.
Make it worth a while. If you don't own a truck, don't drive. Don't be like me. I made a mistake.
Well, gas is crazy nowadays, eh? What the fuck's going on with gas?
$3 and stuff, and the load's still the same price. They even cheaper now. I'm paying more for gas than I'm getting for the load.
Crazy. And it just shot up like that. Man. My theory is this: we're running out of oil, and these guys know it, so they're fucking with the system, so that we push up the oil price so that they can make as much money as they can until it runs out, or until it gets so scarce that they can't afford to use it for cars because they got to use it because there's so many other products that use petrochemicals.
Yeah, petroleum, everything.
Yeah, everything's like made from a byproduct from these chemicals. Crazy. And it's crazy.
I use people talk about they use the petroleum jelly and stuff, the gel, whatever it's called. That what else they call it stuff? It's just like a glob of oil.
Vaseline.
Just thick oil.
Like Vaseline.
Think it's healthy for you.
Yeah, like Vaseline, right?
Yeah, Vaseline. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, Vaseline. People think, oh, you put the Vaseline. Do you know what Vaseline is? Like, nah, bro. Like, that shit's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know where it's from or what, how it's made. The byproduct of a lot of shit.
Holy shit. Of a pile of shit?
Byproduct from all the oil and
okay.
gas.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought you said a pile of shit. I was like, what? Like actual shit. I was like, I'm like thinking how many times I put Vaseline on my lips.
Look. I was talking to my sister one day. She was like, I was trying to tell her what fertilizer is. I'm like, fertilizer is the animal feed. I was like, that's what fertilizer is supposed to be. They use animal feces
Yeah.
plant. My sister argue me down. They don't use them for no plant. I was like, what you think they use?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was like, think about it, because I'm like, they use the animal feces and they use like horse manure to grow mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
They use different like the species to grow mushrooms. It's like you take the horse manure, which nothing is as bad with it. People always hear like, I don't know, people just don't think too much, but it's like you take the horse manure, they would mix that with some type of ground up like tree branches, parts, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like sawdust. And I'm like, they use that to grow mushrooms. But you tell people, they're like, no, they don't. I was like, yes, they use shit to grow mushrooms.
They do. They just sterilize it.
Yes. And then the crazy thing about it, a lot of people, when they talk about sterilizing stuff to grow mushrooms, I was like, if you can go pick mushrooms from outside and eat it, why do you really have to sterilize?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the argument for me too with a lot of people. Man, you have to make something like, no, you don't, because out in the wild is just wild.
Well, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to sterilize the mushroom per se, but you have to sterilize the substrate.
Yeah, the substrate, but you really don't have to. You know what I'm saying? Because you can get a log and put that in your backyard and put the spores on it, and it's gonna grow. It might grow multiple times out of the year, or you can keep that for a long time. You don't have to sterilize certain things.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get why people do it, but out in the wild, it's not sterilized. The soil isn't sterilized. You can still take those mushrooms.
I think the only reason they sterilize it is to keep from other mushroom spores from growing on it or any bacteria.
Yeah, you know, that's like, you know, a lot of people just don't know they use the manure to grow mushrooms, which is good. Like, that's something you should do, just like that's something you should put in your garden.
Mm-hmm.
Go get as much dookie as you want.
Mm-hmm.
It gotta be good dookie though. But
I knew this guy who used his own shit to fertilize his lawn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, that's.
Oh, he must be all natural then, because he got to be totally natural. He must be a rock.
Yeah, well, he's like totally vegan. Yeah, I think it's a rock. He's got dreads. He's growing his dreads out.
Yeah. Well, he can do. He doesn't have any chemicals or anything in his body. He's totally raw.
Yeah, he's actually on Clubhouse. If you see that guy AJ Billions.
He be in the room sometimes.
I don't think it comes in my room. He does his own stuff. He's got an AJ Billions show. I used to go and work with him, like talking about Seamoss and stuff, because he did a lot of subjects on Seamoss. But then it got too heated because like all these people come in there and they were going on about Connor's Crispus and.
Yeah, it's like 7 and 9, it's all the way up to what, like 900.
Yeah, I tend to fight with a lot of people that have a negative view about Seamoss farming, and the reason why I have an issue with a lot of them is that here's the thing: if you went to see Seamoss farming and you were involved with Seamoss farming, or you touched Seamoss farming, you did anything from Seamoss farming, and then you decided and you saw the wild harvest Seamoss and stuff like that, and you decided that this was, you think that one thing is better, I can respect that decision. But if you've never done it and you don't even know, like, even have really a vague concept of how the Seamoss is supposed to be grown, how can I even have a conversation with you? Do you know what I mean? Where you're telling me that one is better than the other. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You've never even seen the difference to know the difference. And so I get really sort of like, I don't know, I take it personally, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people's livelihoods that are being affected by these people having these opinions. and these opinions aren't based on any fact and knowledge. It's based on something that someone told them or what they saw in a YouTube video.
Yeah, you're right. It's like they try to compare everything. Like they try to compare the Gospel with the Conda strip. It's like you can't compare those two. That's two different things. You can't compare apple and earth. Either you like how that one tastes or you don't like how that one tastes.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's as far as you can go with it. But you can't. I hate. I just don't like when people try to compare like two different things. You can't compare those two different Seamoss because they're from two different reasons. It's not, they're not the same thing at all.
Listen,
totally different. Both are good, but they're totally different.
Mm-hmm. And you shouldn't have to compare them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just take them. Take both if you want.
Yeah, especially if you're selling Seamoss. I feel like those that kind of like push that narrative, like that one's better than another, they do so because they just lack the ability to stand on their own 2 feet with their product. They don't know enough about their product to really like show the benefits and stuff like that. It's only by putting another species down, Like I'll say it 100 times. We don't diss other people's Seamoss. There's no ads like that. There's no comments me saying, oh, this and that. The only thing I say is our Seamoss is the best Seamoss coming out of St. Lucia. Or I might say it's the best in the world. But that's marketing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's good Seamoss. Everybody loves it. I don't get a lot of complaints. But that doesn't mean it's the best Seamoss in the world. That's just my perspective.
I mean, you have the best Seamoss that I didn't have. I ordered Seamoss from a lot of places.
Uh-huh.
And it's only two Seamoss as far as that I bought that, which is yours and other guy. And that's it. Mm-hmm. Like looking at it and smelling it and how dry it is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all the only, two that I ever got Seamoss from that's actually like perfect.
Who was the other guy?
The other guy is he's on Instagram as well. What's his name?
Is it Ricky?
No. He's from another island.
Oh.
Around that way.
Make sure you mention the island so people know. Because a lot of people, like, they all fucking, how do you say it? It's like there's a lot of people that are like, rah, 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 St. Lucia, St. Lucia, St. Lucia. But there is other countries that are good.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I feel like as much as I love St. Lucia and I'm biased towards St. Lucia and everything, I do think that these guys deserve a mention. Do you know what I mean? And it shouldn't all be one country selling most of the Seamoss.
Yeah, because he sells the Go Ichioma and I think that's how you pronounce it. I think that's how you pronounce it. But it's a different species of the Seamoss, like Ocellar. It looks the same, similar.
Yeah.
But you can tell the difference once you hold them up close. Mm-hmm. One is more like
bushy.
It doesn't have like too many like
branches.
The little arms or branches sticking out the side. It's more like one cluster that comes out, and the end of them are more perny, like the end of the Mm-hmm. I can't explain, but it actually his actually it is good. Yours actually, that's the only two I ever bought from someone that actually is like perfect. Yours and his the only one that's like that. Mm-hmm.
No, thank you. But that's because the people that we get access to, and these guys, this is their life, like they love Seamoss.
And this well, this person was not from St. Lucia, so, but it's one of the Caribbean islands. But it's not St. Lucia. But because his I don't think you can buy it off his website, but he has a website. But I don't know if it's like really, really up and running.
Right. Yeah, it's probably Grenada. Grenada has really good sea. It's probably Grenada or even St. Vincent. St. Vincent has good Seamoss.
I think you'd ever want to set up shop.
Pardon?
Do you think you ever want to set up shop on the island? Like this location?
Do I want to sell Seamoss from another island?
Yeah, would you set up shop?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think that if I were to do it, I would not really set up shop in another island, but I would partner up with other suppliers in other islands to send me their Seamoss, and then I hold on to their Seamoss and be sort of like a third party seller for them, or I act as their representative to kind of bridge the gap, and I deal with the sort of like the payments and making sure that they get paid.
Oh, I think it's Antigua.
Yeah.
The other guy, I think it's Antigua. I think.
I think it was good. A lot of Seamoss from there. Right.
Hey, you said you wouldn't you don't want to go out of the Bahamas because of the Bermuda Triangle.
No.
You said the Bermuda Triangle. You wouldn't want to ship from the Bahamas, right? Because of the Bermuda Triangle.
No. I didn't know that it has to go through the Bermuda Triangle when shipping. No. I go to Bermuda a lot, though. I used to. I haven't been there in a while. But I have a lot of friends there.
Any weird stories?
Pardon?
Any crazy stories?
In Bermuda? None that I can tell you. None that I could. I do have some crazy. I have crazy stories my whole life, bro. But none that I could share on the live stream for sure.
One day we just gonna share some crazy stories.
Yeah, maybe one day if it's just Clubhouse and there's no replay, I'll spill the beans on some of this stuff. Well, I remember one time we went there for they have this thing called Cup Match, and basically it's a big cricket tournament, but they turn it into a big giant party. And the tournament is basically one side of the island fights the other side, Somerset versus St. George's. And so everybody builds their little camps, or these little tents or whatever, these stands that they have, and they have a party in there. And a lot of them serve this thing called rum swizzle. Now, my friend, this guy Sinclair, he makes the craziest rum swizzle that just will knock you on your ass. And so my brother ended up having like 2 drinks of this stuff. And on the second drink, my friend was like, yo, you better slow down a bit, right? Because it's hot out, right? It's a lot of sun. And my brother had to be like maybe 21 at the time, 22 or something. And he got so fucked up. It was like 1 minute he was there. Well, first of all, he gets all rowdy, right? And we're in the middle of this like fucking event where thousands of people are walking around. And he's just like, I'm from the T-Dot. I don't give a fuck. I'll fuck you up. I'll fuck you up. And he's like telling all these people, like pointing in their fingers, like saying, I'll fuck you up. We're just like, whoa, what the hell? Right? And 1 minute he was there, and the next minute we're gone. We're like, where did this guy go? We see these kids running around charging money, $1 to see the dead man. So we go look to see who this dead man is. It turns out it's my brother. He got all K'd out. He tried to use the washroom. He basically, he just was so drunk he was unconscious, ditched into the bush. and the kids were trying to charge $1 to see him. Yeah, and when I go up to see what's going on, the kid's like, "Hey, no looking! I want my $1." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here! That's my brother."
$1.
So that's a crazy story. And then that same night, we went and saw Sean Paul, and he was literally like 5 feet away from me because the island's so small that the whole concert had maybe 1,000 people there, and he did it outside on a bandstand. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, it was a good concert. And back then, it was like the mid '90s, so like Sean Paul was like, huge. Pardon?
Antigua and Barbados.
Yeah. Yeah, they have good waters in Antigua. But yeah, if I did the Seamoss, that kind of thing, it would be more of like a brokerage or a broker house where I would get multiple sellers to come in and be able to, provide like, I guess, like a conduit or a platform for them to sell their Seamoss. Because there's like guys like, there's this one guy I met from Cape Verde that's like near off the coast of Africa and Senegal. And have you seen the areas where they're growing their Seamoss in? This stuff is beautiful. And it's probably producing some amazing Seamoss because of the island and the region and the nutrients that are in that water. Like, there's virtually no industry anywhere near it. And so this Seamoss could have, lots of people could love it, but they don't see it or know about it because there's no way to access it, So if I got in there, that's what I would do. I would come in there and solve the problems that these guys have and provide them a platform to make money.
So would you be willing to go out? I don't know how would you want to do it? Would you want someone to contact you and be like, hey, you want to make, or you want to come out and check out my farm, or you want to send you a sample? How would you want to do it?
I don't know. I think first of all, I would have to get the sort of like the infrastructure set up so that when I do work with these people, that it's almost like the money's there because they're expecting things to get sold. Well, I would probably have it so that they would ship whatever product to me. I mean, like inspect it to see what it's like. Maybe check out their farms to verify who they are, and then have them, ship the stuff on me on credit until they sell it.
So like this is I think you have a really nice something, because if you had someone like your business partner, and another business partner to actually go to other islands, and basically if people don't know how to set up farms,
I'll be back.
All right.
and if people they don't have farms, they can actually come and you can show them either how to set up a farm, or you can show them how to set up the farm and run the business, how to get the shipping out, what type of bags, because that's a lot of the hard work. I don't think people are scared of. It's basically getting through customs and trying to ship it and all of that stuff. That's what people are scared of. Because that's so. But since you have the information, you're ready to you have a successful something going. You have the blueprint. You can easily be like, okay, if you want me to come out, you could charge a fee up front, or you can put it in the back end, be like, after you get set up, we could work it off or something like that.
Yeah. Well, we already do that in St. Lucia. Like, we help multiple people set up farms, and we've given rope to a lot of people. Just like sometimes with the business arrangements, sometimes we don't even get the paid for what we arrange. You know what I mean? It's more about like kind of helping people and doing that. And so, yeah, like I don't see how it'd be too, as long as there was a way for us to kind of cover our accommodations going over there instead, because it's not cheap to fly to another island and spend a few days there teaching them how to
For sure.
to grow the Seamoss or to develop the farms, but it can be rewarding. Like I have a friend, this guy Junior, who we helped establish a farm to build it, and like his son was there, and we got to teach them how to, you know, build the ropes and add them in and stuff like that, and to see how his son was kind of like looking up to him, and this is an opportunity for his son to make money, you know, um, at a young age, and like something he can grow into. Like this is something he can leave his son, and then his son doesn't have to go on the streets, or doesn't have to work, or doesn't have to like hang out and commit crimes and stuff like that, which is what generally happens when these kids don't have anything to do. They just get caught up with the wrong people. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're going to do more in the future with helping St. Lucian farmers for sure. And, maybe, we start looking at how we can help the other farmers. Like, I'm even willing to go there if they're ready to cover a cost, to even just show them how to do it, and not even like they don't. I don't need to have that idea that I just and that dude, that was the idea that I came up with just because you asked me that question. There's no real plan or intentions to create some kind of operation like that. I would be sort of just show them how it's done. Like this is where you go to ship. This is the boxes that are good to use. Line them with these kind of liners. This is what's going to be the cost and stuff like that. This is how you deal with these, sellers. Don't do this, and don't or buyers. Don't do this. Don't let them do that. Like even now, of advice and backroom deals that I help other farmers do, or like if there's an issue with them having or whatever arrangement they made with another buyer or whatever, I come in there and try to mediate it and just kind of resolve it so that the both parties are happy, with the outcome. Doesn't always work out, but I'm there to try, and so yeah.
So with that, I think like how you can that could be a whole another venture in the way in what you're doing, but actually like people set up workshops, but you could charge whatever you want. You can charge $5 or $20. Doesn't matter. But if you can't get paid for your accommodations, I'm pretty sure if you set up a workshop and in the right island and you get the word out, and then you show you already have credibility on your website. You can show people on YouTube and Instagram, etc., and all of that. Come on out and basically, I can show you how to do this because I mean, even if you was to build another you, just find somebody you can train and just basically listen. If you can call me anytime, just if you just do it for one person. But if you have another version of you, if you have another you, you're good.
Oh no, I do. My partner. I would just, if I couldn't go, my partner could go, and he could bring a few people in the industry that are wise, and you know what I mean. Like it's not to say like I'm the only person that has these kind of knowledges and experiences. I'm just the only one that's putting my face out there and saying, "Hey, look at me. Look, let's talk about it." Yeah. So we could do it, and I'd love to see that happen. But it also brings me to something that like we were talking about, something that I wanted to do. I'm honestly struggling on how to do it, or even just worried about. And it's funny because we live in this cancel culture that we're so worried about doing something and how it's going to be perceived by the general public, and is it going to be something that's going to get rejected, or you know what I mean, or misconstrued in some ways, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, yeah, and so the idea came about like this, right? And maybe that's where I'll bring the background. So we were discussing, me and my partner, the other day about how, like, I was running these ideas about him, telling him what I'm planning to, and I was like, yeah, I'm thinking about doing this contest, and it's just to bring like awareness to people about who we are and what we're doing and stuff like that. You know, kind of like advertising and stuff. We'll give away like 100 pounds of Seamoss, and you know, it'll be something like one grand prize of like 50 pounds, and then another prize of like 20 pounds, and then maybe two more prizes of like 10 pounds each, and then three prizes of like, you know, 5 pounds. Or you know what it was? No, this is what it was going to be. It was going to be something like grand prize was 25 pounds. Then there'd be like a second prize of like 10 pounds. And then there was like three prizes of 5 pounds, right? That makes 50. And then there was going to be 50 1 pound prizes. The idea was to get as many people kind of like, you know, getting a prize and benefiting from whatever activity that we had them do in order to win this sweepstakes or this prize contest. So he brought up this suggestion like, look, why don't we flip it, offer more Seamoss, but turn it into a raffle, right? And then take the proceeds from the raffle and use it to help support the farmers and the you know, the other people in the community and stuff like that. There's a lot of programs or a lot of like groups that I can't really talk about on live stream, but we do spend a lot of like our funds, our profits, I should say, reinvesting in the community, helping people out. I can say that we've given microloans to people before. We've done stuff where like, you know, if someone needed to buy a car, and the way the banking system here works is they'll lend you the $10,000 that you need, but you have to give them like a $3,000 deposit or something, right? And for some of these people to get the $3,000 at one time, it's very difficult. They start saving and things come up, and you know what I mean, it pulls away from their saving and stuff. So by us giving them these like pretty much interest-free loans and allowing them to either like pretty much pay us back in Seamoss, right? It gives them the opportunity to have that money right now, and then you know what I mean. They pay it over time, and the Seamoss. It's not to say that it's free, but it's a lot different than paying the cash up front.
That's great right there. That's like I like bartering.
Mm-hmm.
So you doing that is because I find value in because you can put a price on anything. Seamoss could be freaking $100 for a pound, and then that's something you don't know. You don't know how anything's gonna go. So yeah, I actually like that a lot because you see the value in the person, you see the value.
Yeah. Well, you gotta sometimes, you know, you gotta think creatively to make a thing work, because even if I ask them to pay in cash or we expected cash back, it's then it just creates one more step for them. You know what I mean? Like now I got to go make the Seamoss. Now I got to sell the Seamoss. Now I got to go give that money back. You know what I mean? And not see anything from it. Like, you know, I had to work twice. I had to do 2 jobs when they could just give us the Seamoss, because that's what we're probably going to do anyways with the money. Is just buy more Seamoss. So yeah. And so there's a few other stuff that we've done that I can say. I forget the whole point we were talking about, but oh, that was it, the raffle. So
You muted just if you didn't know.
pardon? Sorry? Oh, I thought you were saying something. So yeah, getting back to the raffle. So now I haven't figured out the prizes, but we're gonna increase it and we're gonna charge something like $5 or $10. I'm testing out a program right now that's gonna keep track of all the people's donations and all their like sort of entries, so that when we do the raffle, they can win it.
You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. How long was I muted for?
Probably for like maybe like 2 minutes.
Wow, because I was even asking you questions, and I was like, "Oh, okay, never mind. You didn't want to answer me." So getting back to what I was saying is that there's probably going to be more prizes. There's going to be bigger prizes. I'll probably do some spices. I have a bunch of coal pots to give away. I think I have some products that I've purchased from people like I don't know if you've heard of this company called Vegan Electric, or no, sorry, not Vegan Electric, sorry, Vegan Fiber. And so before they were Vegan Fiber, they were originally called Divine Herbs and Healing. And so I brought some products from them that I still have that I was planning to give away as gifts, but now I can give them away as prizes. So I got those, some cold pots. We'll give out a bunch of Seamoss, probably some purple, some lots of gold, and do it something like, yeah, you probably $10, and it'll be something like, no prize will be worth less than $10, or I mean $50 or something, so that if you do win, you're going to win a decent, and there'll be enough prizes where there'll be a good ratio of winners. So
Nah, that's a great idea. Let me, man. Shoot, I'm about to join that raffle. Let me know when it's popping off.
So yeah, give me a few days. I'm going to test the software out and stuff, and then I'll probably announce it on one of these shows, and I'll run it for like a month or something like that to get everybody to kind of, And then after it's done, I'll make sure that I videotape and show exactly what we like spent the money on and where it went to and who we helped and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And it might even be, and I mean, I don't know if it goes good, I'll do it, often, because like, dude, I watch the news almost every night, and there's a lot of times where I'm watching the news and there's like people that like their house went up in flames. You know what I mean? And they have nothing left, nowhere to even live. You know what I mean? No, um, fuck, I'm gonna get emotional because it's like I like, what I mean? So many times I watch this show and I wish I could just pick up the phone and do something, because you watch these people suffer, where it's like their houses are charred, and that they could build a new structure for a couple thousand of our dollars. Do you know what I'm saying? And so to do this kind of fun, like I really hope it goes successful, because like to do something like this and to have sort of like uh, like I guess like a cache of money, or like, you know what I mean, like a large group of like funds, so that if something does happen, we have it, or we can, like, the amount of CMOS farmers that don't even have a good proper pair of goggles to go under the water is amazing. Is crazy. Like if we could go out and buy that for them, or get them all like rash guards, so that when they're in the water, they have some kind of like a wetsuit. Like even to get most of them wetsuits, that's huge, because people don't realize, or they have no idea, is that the sea moss hoards, like, there's a lot of microorganism or organisms that live within the sea moss. And one of them is this, like, I forget the scientific name, but it's pretty much like a sea lice. And when you get close to the sea moss and you're sort of disturbing the sea moss as you clean it, they will float off and then float on you and start eating on you, because they're carnivorous. Like they eat, like they bite you. And so if you don't have like like I know one guy who was wearing full clothes, like pants, everything, because they're all over him. Mm-hmm.
That sounds familiar. Aren't they called like sand something?
Those are sandflies. Those are horrible. Oh my gosh, sandflies are fucking vicious. Like vicious, vicious, vicious. Every time we went to the beach, we'd have to build a fire to keep the sandflies away. Yeah, or they would just like, and like there'll be like a sort of like a radius where like the fire is, and then you step inside that radius and they just swarm on you. And they're so small you can't see them to really like hit them, and they're fast, so they'll bite you and they're gone before you even, like, as soon as you feel the pain, it's like, oh, they're gone. Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, but the the, the plan you have, almost like a trust fund in a way. I think that's a good plan too.
Yeah, or like a charity fund. Yeah, no, I think it's good, and I'm willing to, you know what I mean, donate a couple £100 of CMOS a year if it means that we can get enough interest and raise enough funds. And with that kind of exposure, that's your advertising.
Exactly.
You know what I
see,
mean?
I'm like, yeah, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
In the long run, it'll come back to you.
Yeah, exactly.
This a little off topic, but since you mess with bees, have you made mead yet?
No, but I'm gonna learn how to make it this year.
Yo,
I've never even tried mead at all.
me either, but I have this jar in the closet,
Mm-hmm.
and I just pour. I got some water. I just pour half of the water in this mason jar, and I just pour like a whole bunch of honey in it, and it's been sitting there for like 3 months. I haven't opened it.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna just let it sit for like 4 more months, and I'm gonna just
Is that how they make mead? I know it's pretty much honey fermented, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could. I was just experiment. I had a whole bunch of honey because I was doing some stuff with some bees, and I had some honey. So I'm gonna try. So yeah, I haven't tried it to taste it yet, but I said I'm gonna give it 6 months and I'll give it a taste.
Yeah, this year in Ontario, I'm gonna go really like full force on the honey, so that by the end of the season, I should have some honey for sale. But I also want to really work on expanding the honey industry in St. Lucia, and so next trip I go down, that's going to be my real somewhat focus, is trying to see, I've already identified the suppliers down there and stuff and where to get it. So what I want to do is kind of bring some back, do some testing, but I also want to identify spots where we can grow and investing in growing farms.
Do you particularly like a certain taste of honey?
Do I like a certain taste?
Yeah, orange for me, the orange blossom honey is bitter. But it's some of the best honey I got. It's a purple. I forgot the name of the flower. I know the name of the flower.
Lavender.
No, it's not lavender. It's the flower is it grows on a vine, and it's like a purple. The buds of it is white. It's like purplish.
I know what you're talking
like
about.
that. And it's a palmetto tree. The bees were gathering pollen from both, and from that purplish flower, I forgot the name, but of the palmetto tree too. And that was one of the best honeys. And the sacks that they store, like the reserve parts, man, it was a bunch of it, and I just squeezed the whole everything in it to make it got real thick, and then I strained it off like a couple of cheesecloths just together, and then it was some of the best honey I got, and it was the combination of those two.
I believe that, yeah. Well, that's the thing with honey. I feel like the future is that everybody's going to be into the flavor profiles and what the honey is, making them taste like or remember. And so I don't have a particular, preference of honey, but I do want to learn how to taste honey and become like a honey sommelier.
These spitting out. Yeah, okay, give me the next. Yeah, I feel you.
No, seriously, they have them there, and they usually judge them at winter fairs and stuff. And the reason why I want to do that is because one of the goals that I have when building this honey business in St. Lucia is I'm going to enter into every single honey contest that I can.
Yo.
And the goal is to win one of those honey, and that's all I got to do is win one of them. And then I'll put me on the map as sort of like this, established honey producer. And I can start marketing more of my honey stuff and honey products. And one of the things I want to do is when I bottle the honey or I kind of market the honey, I want to have it separated by different areas or regions where we could say, like you were talking earlier, the bees ate on these particular flowers or this and that, and we can show in this area this is what the honeybee was in contact with.
Yeah. That's something I can't lie to you. That's something I would I would love to see or do. I can't lie, I probably like to do that too. But just the fact that you understand like the future, how it's gonna be different flavor profiles for sure. Because like, that's something when it comes to the honey, even when I flavor my tea a little bit, because I can tell it's not a big difference. I won't lie to you. It's like, but if I have a light tea with just like herbs, it's not nothing strong like Earl Grey. I want to sweeten the Earl Grey with honey, but if it's something with a strong taste like black tea or something, I can't taste it. But when it's not a light tea, like a lemon and ginger or something like that, I can taste it. I can make it different. Otherwise,
Nice. Well, thank you.
I actually but it's a really good movie about this beekeeper. It's a woman.
Is it on Netflix?
I didn't watch it. I forgot. I'll tell you right now.
I don't watch a few of them on YouTube with the different beekeepers and stuff like that to understand the different operations and stuff. You know what I mean?
It's a great movie. I can't lie to you. Let me tell you why I like it so much. She was, I can tell you the plot of it. Oh, Honeyland.
Honeyland. No, I haven't heard of that. I'll
Okay,
have to check it out.
It's a movie about a older woman. She's taking care of her mother. It's a documentary, and I'm gonna tell you right now. After I was done watching this movie, it gave me respect for the farmers, anybody who who does honey, and if you actually understand the nature of what you're doing, because when she never took more than 50% of the honey, she always left half the bees, and it was a point in the movie when this guy came along, and he moved in with his family and settled, and he wanted to start doing honey too. She showed him the ropes, but she said, "Don't take more than always leave honey for the bees. Don't take more than you need because the bees are going to attack another hive and get it back." And she was just explaining with just saying not to be greedy. Just tell him, "Don't be greedy." And she warned him. He didn't listen, and he's seen it happen, but with the behavior he gave to her afterwards, man, I couldn't stand it in a way because I'm like, yo, like he wasn't respecting the way of the bees, man. And she was trying to show him and his family, but one of the boys, his son, took to her, and he was listening. And he was like, "No, you're not gonna teach my son." And man, but it's a really good documentary movie. But,
yeah, I'll have to check it out. Where did you see it on? Was it on Netflix? Or?
I don't even I don't remember the exact I don't remember because I seen it close when it came out, right? And yesterday it came out in 2019. So,
No, but what she's saying too is so true. Is that you need to make sure that not only that you take what you need, but you leave enough for the bees to be able to survive. And so they don't have to work too hard and stuff, and they're not in a position where they starve over winter.
she was getting it. She only had a one smoker. She wasn't covered up or nothing like that, and they weren't biting her or anything. He goes and does it, and bees, they're very sensitive to the loud stuff and vibrations too.
Yep.
Because
No, I know.
so, yeah. But even like I don't eat right, but I eat honey because I understand the agreement. If you give back and you understand, I don't think bees will mind because you're helping them, then you're helping them. And even with a cow, like I don't drink milk, like but I don't, because it doesn't agree with me, but I wouldn't mind milking a cow, especially if it was my cow and like it didn't, like stuff like that doesn't bother me. But I understand why people are against it, like for the big factories. I get that part.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how some of these guys are fanatic about bees and kind of like, oh, that's vegans shouldn't be having honey and this and that. But I don't know. I feel like if it's done in a sustainable way, in the right way, it's a proper relationship. Like they having too much honey stored in certain areas is not a good idea for a honeybee life or a healthy life.
Yeah. Did you do you guys set up like I've seen some cool contraptions people have been doing with beehives and setting up. It's like a clear bottle thing, and the honey just drips down and it collects the honey. Have you seen that?
The flow hive.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Do you think that's like go ahead?
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, I've seen them. They look cool, and I'm thinking about getting one of them just to try it out. But go ahead, finish what you wanted to say.
No, do you think it works? Like, if you've seen it, because I haven't seen one for real. When people advertise something, it always looks like it works perfect.
Well, of course. Yeah. I haven't seen one in real life in action. I've seen some people rave about it and love it, and then I've seen some other people that are like, this is horrible. This is the worst thing I had. I had terrible time cleaning it up. This that. So it's kind of like a mixed bag, but I think the device looks cool, and I think it's beneficial for those that are like have one or two hives, so that they don't have to invest in an extractor machine to extract the honey.
Are you good at finding the queen?
No, but most of my are marked, so I know what they look like. They're easy to spot. But even last year, I had a nuke that we set up, and when we went to the end of the inspection at the end of the winter, we looked, and the queen that we had originally had must have died, and they made a new one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, because there was a new young queen now, and she wasn't marked.
So did you have to find someone else had to find it?
Pardon?
Who had to find it?
It was me and another beekeeper. We were doing the hive inspection and checking for varroa mites, and so she noticed it. But she's like a master beekeeper. She's been beekeeping all her life. That's all she does is beekeep and work in bee industry. So she knows what to look for when looking for queens, I guess. But, like I said, I'm excited to, get going with this honey business to see, how it works, the costs involved and stuff like that for producing and marketing the honey. And then the idea is to take what I learned and my experiences and transfer it to St. Lucia to start a business there. And I think the game plan, although it might change after a while, but the game plan is to basically find and identify people and or farmers that are interested in keeping bees in their property and or wherever they choose. And so when we find these people and we identify them, we're going to, shit. When you were just talking and you forget what you were talking about?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, I just did that.
You were going on about beekeeping and finding the right people, people who are interested.
Oh, now I remember what I was talking about. So yeah, so finding the farmers or the people. This is in St. Lucia, and so the idea is we go to them and say, hey, you want to get into beekeeping? Okay, here's all the equipment. Here's the bees. Here's the hive. Here's all the we do tackle the upfront costs, right? And we kind of say to them, okay, you just look after the bees. We give you the training on how to look after the bees. If the bees die, we replace the bees. If it needs new equipment, we find the equipment, everything. Whatever you need, we provide, right? In the end, at the end of the harvest, you sell us something like 80% of whatever honey you harvest at a certain price that we agree at before you start the season. You know what I mean? And then, so we buy 8, and you can either sell us your 20, or you could keep your 20, and you could do whatever you want with your 20%. You could even sell your 20% to whoever you want on your own. Right?
That's fair.
Just super fair. And so the idea is, this will, one, ensure a steady supply, but also give job opportunities for St. Lucians, but job opportunities in a way that it's not so much of a job, but more of a business experience, right? Because now they're not employees, they're not working for us, they're independent. You know what I mean? They can choose to expand the hives, and we'll support them if they want, or they can keep it where they're at. And when the product is ready, it's not like, give me all the product and you get nothing, because then you're kind of a worker, right? But to be able to keep some of the product and decide what you want to do with it, that's more of to me, more of an independent business, and we're more like partners in the sense that we work together. I have a need, which is the honey, and you have a need, which is the equipment and the bees and basically all the upkeep, because those support takes a lot of funds to match, but we'll be able to do that if we're getting, a particular amount of honey at a set price. It's going to be fair.
So when it when it comes to honey, do you think honey's more sustainable because it's high sugar? Okay, so how long can you keep honey for after you like jar it up and all that?
Forever.
For real?
Forever. The honey never goes bad.
Friggin' A, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's solid.
Honey's got amazing stuff, and it's full of like a natural peroxide. So if you have like a cut or wound, you can actually pour the honey on it and wrap it with like a leaf or something, and it will disinfect it.
Man, that's gonna line up with you pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Man, but for real, just how you talking, watch Honeyland. I'm about to find it where you can watch it too. You might, I don't know, maybe you can watch it on Hulu.
I don't have Hulu. Let me look it up and see. What I do have, and I don't know if I'm allowed to say it online, but I have this.
Oh, I already know what you're about to say. You about to say you have Amazon, right?
No, Flexify.
Oh, okay. I don't even know what that is. Okay.
Yeah. Flexify is this like underground streaming service. You remember Cody? You remember those Cody boxes?
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I'm on it. Yeah.
So this is like Cody, except it's online, and so it has every single channel, every single TV show, every single like movie, every single episode of everything, and you pay like something like $60 for like 3 months or something like that. But it's worth it because like I watch a lot of documentaries, and I don't like watching TV with commercials on it, and so I tend to watch everything online.
Yeah. I have the.
So is it in Turkish? It looks like it's got like different language or something.
Yeah, where it's from? It's somewhere around there. It's I don't know. I don't remember the area, but it's a foreign place for sure. Let's see.
Let's see what they say. Done a lot of work. It's like a fight between her and the commercial beekeeper. Oh no. They like destroyed her hives and stuff.
Oh, that part right there, what you just said, bro, that I'm telling you, I got so emotionally invested in this show.
Yeah. I'm gonna go check it out when I got time to really look at it.
Yeah, for sure, man. When you have the time, that it's a good watch because it's a documentary, but you know when a documentary is done so good, they did a really good job. Like another documentary I like. Have you ever seen the one with the octopus?
No.
Oh man, it's on Netflix. It's a really good one, man. It's great. It's a great one. What's the name of it? I forget the name. I can tell you everything about it, but be able to tell you the name. But it's about an octopus. I'm pretty sure if you type in octopus on Netflix or whatever, or if you put in octopus.
Octopus documentary. You probably find it.
My octopus teacher, there it is. See, I knew it. I just put octopus, but it's called My Octopus Teacher.
My Octopus Teacher?
Yeah, listen. I promise that's one of my, that has to be top 10 for me in documentaries.
Why?
Because you see the humanity and the person who is doing it, and you see how he connects back to something that he loves. It shows the path, almost like when he was telling me the story about how you came off path, but you went right back in on the stream, and you end up in the same place, almost like it was destiny. So it was like that for him. And then when it came to the octopus part, he actually made a bond with the octopus. Come on, man! Like,
oh wow,
that's crazy. Octopus, like to me, for when it comes to the ocean, though, you know, like we haven't explored the ocean so much just because we don't have the technology to go so deep. So the ocean is like close to space on planet Earth because we don't know what's down there. We understand the ocean, but we don't know much about it at all. So it's probably like a whole bunch of species and things down there. So it's like
no, you're right. There's probably like a whole world.
Right? That's so crazy. That's crazy to think about. But whole freaking Atlantis.
Yeah, some say that that's what's down there. That there's like this hidden civilization and stuff.
I mean, it's not super far fetched because if you live in the ocean and what's the species that it's okay, I just So I have this ducks outside where I stay at. And I never knew ducks could dive. I seen a duck running from a goose, and this goose was friggin' chasing him. And I know the goose. I know like all the ducks and gooses around there, right? So I know this goose. He's just protective, and he doesn't like anybody messing with his family and stuff like that. So he sounded like he was just pissed off. So he freaking chased this duck, and this duck was not getting away from this goose, and he died. I never even knew ducks can dive, like go in the water and swim. So like I don't know if it's evolution or what, but yeah.
So you're saying the dove dived in the water to swim?
He dived under, he swam, and he popped up on probably like 10 feet away in another spot. And like he dived again because the goose seen him, and he went after him again. He dived right back under.
Yeah. Well, it's crazy what animals will do out of the norm to survive. Like, did you know that chickens sleep in trees?
No.
Yeah. So in St. Lucia, all the chickens sleep in trees.
And is it for a reason?
Because there's predators at night, so they can't sleep on the ground. It's to kind of be safe. And I'll never forget, like, me discovering this. It was so funny. Like, we're in this village called Denray, like, visiting some family friends. And so we're waiting outside, having drinks at the bar and stuff like that, right? And I kind of walk down the road, and I look in the tree because I hear this noise. And I see these animals in the tree, and I look closely, and there's, like, a rooster and a bunch of chickens, and they're all just chilling in the tree. I ended up taking a video of it. I'll get it ready for next time. I'll show it, yeah. But it was pretty funny to see these chickens up in the tree. I was like, holy shit! And everybody was looking at me like I was crazy. Like, what is this white man doing?
Why is he so mesmerized by the chickens in the tree?
So, and what's funny is I'm not white, I'm black, but everybody thought I was white when I was there.
But it's not too much mix people in St. Lucia.
I guess there is, but like just the way I talked and sounded, I just wasn't.
Proper.
Yeah, I wasn't black for them. Yeah.
It's weird. Like when did you move from St. Lucia to like Canada?
Oh, I was born in Canada.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I was born in Toronto, and so I've lived in the city all my life. But like since I was 10, I had been going to Canada, St. Lucia, like every couple of years.
Yeah, okay. Because like in the Bahamas, like if you speak proper English, because in proper English, because a lot of the Caribbean islands were ruled by the English.
Mm-hmm.
So some schools like prestigious schools or whatever, you can tell by the way someone speaks. You can tell whether it's a teacher from, or at least their upbringing, and then you being proper and stuff like that. Yeah. But that's not like like someone is a Bahamians would hate on someone where they speak, but in America, like it's where people would say like, you think you bougie, are you talking white? Or what you talking?
Yeah, it's funny how they get, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, they're mad at you for being too white, they're mad at you for being too black.
Yeah, can't do shit.
You can't win. You can't win with them. They're just angry.
Why did you stop your marijuana venture?
Oh, the laws changed.
Oh.
Yeah, so when I had the dispensary, I was operating in a gray area where they weren't like they hadn't fully licensed dispensaries, and I think they hadn't fully legalized weed yet, so it was like sort of like a gray area at the time. And so we did that. And then when new legislation came down and they were giving like 14 years for operating a dispensary, it just wasn't viable for us at that time. Like we just didn't think it was worth it. And it was kind of better for us to kind of stop and then see if we can reform once legalization had occurred. But then when that occurred, we started looking at the business model and realizing that, there wasn't a lot of profit in it. It was more just hype and promotion. Yeah. So we got out of that. And I just focused more on my real estate.
Do you think it's like it may be like in the States or something? Do you think it's to get your license? Do you think that you should like it's not like to buy it, but actually open a shop?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on where your laws are and where you are, right? In Canada, like Ontario, I mean, it can be, but I don't know. It's not worth it to us or to me and who I was planning to do it with, because I don't know for sure what the margins are, but I know that the profit is heavily controlled by the government, so they kind of control how much profit you can really make by what you make off the product.
Okay, you have to get that. Yeah, I did.
Mhm.
It seems like just
Like under the new model, everything gets shipped through the government. So the licensed producers send the Seamoss to this cannabis and tobacco department, and then they verify the packaging and the labeling, and then you as a retailer, you order from the catalog that the governing board puts out, the Seamoss, companies, but they are shit. I did it again.
man, it's okay. You're probably tired.
I am a little tired. It's just like been a long day. I've been up since like 5:30 this morning. I was packing a lot of Seamoss and stuff. And
What time did you go to sleep that night? That Sunday? What time, bruh? I was like, this man here.
I think I went to bed around 5:30 or 4:30 that night. The last time we did the live, I ended up really late, and so it's getting that. I think maybe we'll end it like around 1 o'clock or so, unless someone has like specific questions and stuff like that. But yeah, it was pretty late on Sunday, and all day today I was just kind of like packing CMOS and cleaning up the warehouse and organizing things, moving around boxes and stuff like that and stuff. So I think that we're going to get ready soon to do. I expect there's going to be a big push in business and in sales, and so I want to be kind of ready and on top of it so that I don't get slammed like I did for Christmas. Christmas, I really fell behind, and it totally affected the business. And I just, if I scale, I want to make sure, or as I'm scaling, I want to make sure that I have those, I guess, pressure points or areas where I was sort of slowing down. I want to make sure that I'm not, I'm in a better position.
So in the Christmas area, we got to get a lot more sales. I mean, I don't know why I don't get it. I can see you getting sales in the next month for sure or two, just because of the tax.
Mm-hmm. Well, we get sales every day, but what had happened is we put out a sale and we dropped the price, like where you could get a pound of CMOS for as low as $15 a pound.
Oh man, yo.
Yeah, you have to spend. I think it was like spend $1,000, get $400 off, and then the other one was spend more than 1,000 and you get 50% off. So with the Seamoss now being at $30, 50% off is $15.
When I get my money's right, I'm probably because what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna try to do with Seamoss I get. I didn't order much, but I'm going to. It's a few shops around here, and I've been every time I go into a new shop, like a boutique or something like that, and if it's a health food store, I check out what they have, what they have in stock, and a few shops I've been into, I walked in there and they have Seamoss and they only have one jar of Seamoss. It'll be only like 1 or 2 jars. So it seems like, I don't know if they have a supply issue or they're not selling it. But I said the next time I get some Seamoss on hand, I'm gonna, approach them and see if they do have a supply issue, if I can solve it for them.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that would be cool. And you could make maybe a sale out of that,
Sure. It's like I'm not gonna go to Sprouts, but I said if it works out, and I know you need some license and stuff, but because Sprouts they don't have dry Seamoss, and I never see dry Seamoss at the fresh markets around here or anything like that. They don't have it, and at the green markets, one of the biggest green markets I've been to around here, nobody has a Seamoss booth or sells it out there. So that's a market for that too.
Well, you should reach out to them and even just ask them and say, like, what would it take, hypothetically, to get, my products in your store? Some of them even have websites where on the website it gives details.
Oh, yeah, I never thought about like going on their website and looking at what sections they have.
Hang on, I'm just getting a glass of water. Sorry about that. It's thirsty.
Yeah, man, talking gonna get wet. Okay.
So, were you talking? I told you, I was like, hold on, I'm getting a glass of water.
No. I was saying you're talking. You have to, replenish.
Oh. No, you're right. And plus, it helps keep me, like, alert. Water is always good to have.
I'm gonna get the God dang it, man. The friggin' if he says it, but Yusuf he was the one who said it too. But the machine, the water purification machine.
Mm-hmm.
If you say the name, I don't know. But the only reason why I'm going to do it too is two reasons, because I don't fully trust the water source, but it's not really just that. If you have a good, you can market it way better, especially when you're making the gels. When you show them like you have the filtered water that you're using, and if you could show them that at least step by step, because some people are very particular about it.
Mm-hmm.
So and like I always justify a nice price, because those filters, they're not cheap. So I'm gonna get one of those for sure to add to the arsenal.
Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I think it's a good marketing point to say that you use that kind of water in your gels, and why. And then 2, because it's like an on-demand machine, you can get this water almost like an unlimited supply.
Yeah. Save money on it back into
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'd say go for it. Let me know how it goes.
Oh yeah. So you don't dabble in selling gels at all, right?
No. Not at all, but I have been thinking about it. I've been thinking about like, can I make one that was more shelf-stable, and is there a market of people that want to sell the gel but don't want to make the gel? And so, can I create a business where I supply all these people, whether they be like, at farmers markets, or, they could be like at barber shops or something like that. And, you know what I mean? They're selling stuff, but, they don't want to, it's time consuming to make the gel. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So, having
I think
at a good price is, one way of getting out there.
when you do your powders, when you start selling your powders, they're gonna fly. It's gonna fly for sure.
Oh yeah, the powders are crazy. There's a lot of people have been waiting for me to get powder, and I'm gonna do it as like. In fact, I was supposed to actually order some stuff today, and I didn't. And I was supposed to order some stuff from Amazon, and I didn't. So it's procrastination all the time.
Does anybody have a Seamoss baby food line?
No, but they should.
One of my friends, they just had a child, and I told them like like when they start feeding her like baby food, I told them I'm going to make them their first batch of baby food. Like I told them I'm gonna come there and I'll show them step by step how to make it.
Mm-hmm. I think what? Yeah. No, I think it would be good, especially if you can show the nutrients and the minerals. It's almost like a multivitamin food. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it would be really cool. I think there's a market too for like dog food. You know,
Especially dogs that have like like the big dogs, like Great Danes and stuff. They have like backbone and stuff like that. They definitely have. I don't know, but
mm-hmm.
right. So that'd be like I have like I have cinnamon and like me just talking, it'll come out.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking what other products. What would be good for kids is to make up like a fruit roll up
Yeah,
out of
that
Seamoss.
would be bomb.
I think kids would like. It'd be like a different version of the gummy, because a lot of times people can't seem to get the gummies right. But if you made something like a fruit roll up where it's like dehydrated and stuff, I don't know. I think that'd be a good product. There's so many, like, I guess, opportunities to make good product. Not even just like there's so many in the food space, but even just like forget the food space, like, you know, hair creams, face creams, scrubs, you know, masks, um, everything.
Okay, you know how what kind of like
Who?
like
Oh yeah, they're like lotus roots. That's what they remind me of. Yeah.
okay. So all right. So that they usually use and what do they use? Those so they use the same thing like they dry it out and um like soak shit or
No, they use them in like cooking and stuff. It's like food.
really
Yeah, like Chinese cooking. Yeah, Google it.
oh yeah. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, they do. They yeah. Okay. I have what I seen it in what did they have it in again? I seen the different colors.
Probably stir fries or something. Candy, maybe.
Yeah, it's almost maybe I don't remember. I don't. But yeah, I've seen. I don't know if I had it, but I remember seeing this. Seeing it. Have you
Yeah.
ever had it?
What? Lotus root?
Yeah.
No. It's you get it at the Chinese markets though, or any ethnic market.
So since okay, so with the loofahs, and yeah, you can eat loofah too, but you have
Oh,
to. You can't eat it when they're dry. They when they're young, it's almost like you treat it like zucchini.
oh no way.
Yeah. So but they have to be young. When they dry out, you can use it. They use it for like it's mostly to exfoliate. They'll add it inside soaps. So when the soap gets like down, you have a little scrape to it, a little scrub to it. But um, the it reminds me of Seamoss when it's dried up. But I was like, I don't know, it sounded gross, but I was like, all right, if you get Seamoss, scrub your body with it. It's just hang it up and let it dry again. But it's probably gross as hell. So,
Yeah, I think they're a little different because the loofah, that's like you know, it's like a sea organism, kind of like a sea urchin.
and
Or no, it's a sea sponge. That's what they're called.
it's a sponge. It's a sponge. No, not the loofahs. I don't. It's not really like it's I don't know what it's but it's almost as close to it, I guess, like a sponge. But when it stays dry, it doesn't absorb the moisture. I never tried it, but anytime I used it in soaps and stuff like that, it never absorbed the moisture. But whereas Seamoss, it will absorb the moisture. But the thing about it is you have to let the, you know what, I'm going to try it tomorrow. Grab a little bit of Seamoss I have. I'm going to scrub with it and I'm going to see what happens if I just sit it out. Because the thing about it is you have to let the Seamoss sit. So if you just be able to and just leave it, you probably might not hold it. I don't know. I'm gonna try it tomorrow.
Pardon?
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try scrubbing Seamoss tomorrow. Try Seamoss and see what happens.
Yeah. Are you gonna try and do the whatchamacallit, the deep frying thing we talked about earlier?
Yeah, I'm gonna when I get some, I'm gonna take some out and I'm going to I'm gonna do it. I need to write it down. Okay. It says I'm gonna soak it, freeze it. No, soak it, season it, soak, freeze, batter, and fry. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna, I'm gonna do another one. I'm gonna probably just try like batter and fry and just see to get pushed like how this is said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, if it comes out good, I'm gonna let y'all know. If I fail, I'm gonna let y'all know. Yeah, it sounds
All right, yeah, I'm curious to see your feedback for sure. I want to know what you did, or like how it works. I might start adding it to my diet. Deep fried Seamoss.
it sounds kind of good too.
Yeah, anything tastes good deep fried.
Yeah, I'm listen. I did not know the this. I just like a few years ago just got an idea. I didn't know this, but I never had deep fried ice cream, and I had it like some years back, and I promise. Oh my freaking gosh, man! Deep fried cheesecake.
I've never had deep fried cheesecake. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, it's probably horrible for you, but it was so good. But Duffy's, they used to sell like this deep fried ice cream. That's why I had it, and I promise, I thought it was gonna be disgusting, and it was the best thing I ever had. They did it so good, and I had it. I tried to have it again, but nobody nailed it like how they did it. I don't know what they did,
Mm-hmm.
but it was. Yeah.
They probably put some MSG on it.
You think they just stole some dust, man?
Put some dust, some kind of addiction on it.
Yo.
You're like, oh, that just tastes amazing. What they put it? Anytime you don't know what they put in it, it's usually something fucking diabolical.
Did you know, like, freaking mushrooms, like, they have a mushroom season, like the umami season, but it's basically like mushrooms? Did you know, like, mushrooms is almost, they have, like, a natural MSG in it?
No, I didn't know about that, but I knew about the mushroom season because in my B group, there's this lady that is like a renowned mushroom forager. Like she's some expert at it, and she gives tours. And she was telling me about how she is always trekking in northern Ontario looking for different species of fungus. But she didn't even really call them mushrooms; she calls them funguses.
The mycelium.
Yes, the mycelium.
Freaking A, man. But, I mean, do you like mushrooms? I love mushrooms.
Fuck yeah. I microdose them all the time because I feel that it helps with my anxiety and any sort of depression. I like my family is very susceptible to depression. We get really like I used to get really kind of like those people they have like they can't get out of bed and they hate life, and I was never suicidal because I love myself too much, but yeah, it's okay. But I was definitely like kind of like fuck the world, and I just want to hide and not deal with stuff, and
I got you.
Yeah.
So, like, microdosing helps with that?
Yeah, for sure. Helps open my mind, clear my thoughts, eliminate mental roadblocks and stuff. Yeah. So, but I haven't done it in a while. I've been too busy with work to do it. I think the last time I took it was probably this summer.
Do you forage your own mushrooms, or do you?
No, I'm still learning on that health stuff and kind of on that journey. I've been really thinking about getting more serious in it, more just so that I don't know, being in the position I am, trying to educate people with what I know. I run into a lot of roadblocks where people refuse to listen to me, and it's not because of the science I know. It's all about my appearance and my lack of looking like healthiness. And so to them it's like how does this guy have the audacity to say what he has when he drinks beer and he eats meat and he looks unhealthy and unhappy, right? But at the same time, I don't think people realize that I'm like I don't know. I think I look great for 40. Like I don't look like I'm 46 years old, like my actual age. You know.
But to on I like all right. I mean, I get it. I get it. But when you have the people who just look at you for the physical, and then even though I get it, you have to prove yourself. Like that sucks.
Mm.
But man, like people don't get it. Like you have to understand if people really understood the soul and energy and what someone brings, what I'm bringing towards you. If you look at anybody just for the physical, you could easily get bamboozled. So easy.
For sure. No, I agree with you. And in some ways, you're right. Like when these guys do this, they're not living in the spiritual world. They're more living in the physical world. Do you know what I mean? And so that's why things like that, like to me, my appearance doesn't mean shit. In fact, my thoughts, I believe, shape my appearance. So how I feel and think determines on how I really go. And then I believe that if I think hard enough, I can make myself skinny and be in good health. But I choose not to because I choose to focus my attention on other things that are making me more happier. And to me, that's the key and understanding of life. It doesn't matter what you look like or what you do or what you have. It matters if you're happy. Okay, because if I was skinny and I had a six pack and I was unhappy, what the fuck does you know what I mean? That shit doesn't mean anything. The only thing that matters is your happiness. The only thing that matters is that you're moving towards the goals that your internal self is dying for. A lot of times people have these feelings and stuff like that, and it's really just a sign, meaning that they need to get up and do the thing that they were meant to do, or that they were, like their true purpose on this world. And when you start operating in your purpose or what you believe is your purpose, because sometimes you'll never know what your real purpose is. You just got to believe that what you think you're supposed to be doing is what you're doing. But when you get into that sort of zone and you're in that sort of like, space, you're so happy and it's like it frees yourself and you get to operate at a level where you can almost make the world bend at your will. Your dominant thoughts will control what becomes your reality.
Do you use happiness like as your compass? As your compass?
Yes. For the most part, yes. My happiness is my compass. But at the same time, I know that there's times where I have to go through a period of unhappiness to get to my happiness. I believe that in anything that you do, it requires some sort of sacrifice. You know what I mean? Whether it's you sacrificing your time or you're sacrificing your energy or whatever. Part of the reason why I do these live streams 2 days a week and 3 hours is the sacrifice. Right? I need to sacrifice something to the community in order to get something back from the community. You know what I mean? And a lot of times the community that I'm serving here is not the community that is going to get me, like it's not going to come from anybody that's watching this show. You know what I'm saying? But it's the work that I put in here that is going to open the doors for something bigger to happen for me. And too many people don't, they lose that part about the sacrifice and about the you know what I mean, to be, a good person and sort of try to be righteous in your heart. you know they miss that stuff and they get caught up in the world and what the world thinks, says and what you do. you know. And I don't know, it's hard not to get caught up in the world. It's, you know, all this shit around you.
Like for me, on I don't like to decompress and just to just to get away. Just how you said, it's very hard, but for me it's harder just because everybody else is so much more into it, like into diving into they eat what they like with media feeds and stuff, which I'm not totally against media whatever, right? But when like you said something like back before, you was like, since I know, like I just because I know, I just don't subscribe to it, and I get that fully. But like when you care about somebody and then you see they falling for they fall for like the simple stuff, and you try to warn them, but you see it's almost like they're so happy and you don't want to disturb their happiness.
Mm-hmm.
And stuff. So it's almost like sometimes I dumb myself down so I can,
Yeah. And sometimes you have to do that to be around. See, at the end of the day, you have two choices. You either accept that person for who they are, or you don't. Too many people want to accept the person but still change them, and you can't. That's where they fail and stuff. So it's kind of like, let them be happy, let them be whatever. You can't change them. Like, you don't have that power. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's their choice. If they don't want to change, they want to change, and it's not worth your energy to control someone else, because that's kind of like what you're doing. You're controlling them. Because whether they agree with you or not doesn't really affect your life. You know what I'm saying? Sure, you care about them. Sure, you want what you want for them, but that's what you want for them, and that's in your world, not their world. Like, that's, I think, the concept that I believe in. I know it's a little out there, but like, I believe that everybody runs their own world, and the world is based on the things that you see in your eyes and how your brain interprets it. And through your mind, you're able to control what you see, and therefore what you experience and what your life's about. And so, again, I forgot the point I wanted to say.
No. You was going, you was flowing, boy.
Yeah.
So you basically saying, it being if you control your own world.
Oh.
Like,
Yes. So I was saying is that, so you make your own reality. So what I see for like, is different than what you see. I guess that's kind of like, to sum it up, is what I'm trying to say. Is like, you know what I mean? So like, you are looking at the world and like, you know what I mean? In your world, health matters, this matters, that, you know what I mean? I need all this stuff. But to someone else, that means nothing. Their soap operas is what matters to them. You know what I mean? And so that's their world. They're happy. Like, as long as they're happy, then you know what I mean? But there's too many people that build a world where they're not happy because they're not doing what they really want to do. They're doing everything that they think that everybody else wants them to do or should be doing.
and that's what it is right there. You just hit it. Look. That's my. It's not even just like the media. I ask a question, and then it's to multiple people. I ask them, do you think if you get everything that you're asking for, you want right now, would you be happy? And this is me asking in an honest place, not no type of judging or trying to bash, in a safe, honest space. And a lot of times they say no, I don't. Well, or I don't know, and it's not. That's what gets me, because true happiness, I know, starts within. It doesn't come from freaking looking pretty and stuff like that. It doesn't come from that. It comes from what you feel from within, and you working from the inside out. And that's the truth of the matter. Like, if you're really happy with yourself, you can provide happiness for other people. And like, see, it's sounds all like, oh, like, like metaphysical and stuff like that. But if you look at it, like, even, man, when I the ducks, when I mess with them, when I go outside, man, they're happy for some piece of the bread, man.
Mhm.
Like the little dudes, they come up, they're ecstatic, and it's all good. They don't, because nobody told them, you have to this, that, and that. You have to be like this. You gotta friggin', act a certain way. They're happy doing what they want to do,
Mhm.
and that's the thing. Even
Well, sorry to cut you off, but part of the reason why they're happy is because they're living their purpose. You know what I mean? Their purpose is to be a bird. The question is, are we living our purpose? Do you mean, is the society that we created, is this the world that we really are meant to be interpret, like, are meant to be living? Like, I once thought about, like, how people go crazy and their mental state, right? And I thought about it even today on my way home. It's like when you really think about it, we're driving around in these boxes that have four wheels on it, that we turn this little turn thing with a combustion engine that's firing like fire in within itself to push these pistons. Like like do you understand, like, the complexity of what our lives are living? Do you know what I mean? And we're the only species that subjects us ourselves to this complication. You know what I mean? And that's just driving down the street, like, let alone trying to survive to build a house and buy food and what food to make, and and do you know what I mean? Like, where am I getting my next sale, and marketing, like, fucking marketing. Like, think about that. Could you imagine a snake having to worry about marketing?
Yo.
Do you know what I mean? So we create these complex, like, so it's no wonder some people just go. And I always said, like, these people that go crazy, they're not really going crazy. They just can't cope with the fucking massive stimuli that we get in our lives.
Damn, man.
Think about it.
Yeah, no, like I never really. You just made me think about our brain almost like a computer, because I'm not trying to, like, dumb down our brain, but
Mhm.
like when you're trying to upgrade a computer, you have to get more RAM for it, and if you can't hold certain stuff, your computer will friggin' crash. It's going to crash.
Listen, I'll tell you something that'll blow your mind. It's something I learned a long time ago. We are like computers. Our brain operates like a computer. If you ask yourself any question, you will always get an answer. Now, whether that answer is right or wrong is determined by the question you ask yourself. So all the answers are within yourself, right? You have, you know what I mean, the knowledge there. You just have to ask your questions so that you can operate to go get the question, right? Because to get the answer to the question requires a function. You know what I mean? That's how computers work. You put this information and it does a function. It does whatever calculations. That's the same way we operate. You know what I mean? And like you said, you can reprogram yourself and have different memory. You can increase your memory capacity. You can do all kinds of things if you want to do that. But we're definitely like computers. In fact, computers are more like us.
Let me ask you a question. If if you could do the nano, well, well,
Neuralink? No, hell no.
yeah.
Don't do any of that bullshit.
Why?
Listen,
Why?
because I don't believe that we should be as technologically advanced as we should. And when is it going to end? Do you know what I mean? And what happens if there's a catastrophic failure? Okay, so this is something that I've felt for like a while, is that we're always on this hunt for life to be more convenient. Everything is about convenience, cutting time, saving that work, this, that, operating more efficiency. At what point is enough enough? And then, and at what point do we get to which, if this was to fail, like, can you imagine if tomorrow calculators were gone? The amount of fucked students that would be fucked right now because they can't do multiplication in their head because they never learned it.
Yeah, I think about all that. I think about if you get hit by an EMP, and a whole bunch of people gonna be screwed.
Yeah. That's it. And then we get thrown back to the dark ages. And so there's no phone, there's no internet. Like, look what happens when Facebook goes down for fucking half a day. Whole world crumbles to a fucking grinds to a halt. There's some people that are living their whole lively, like making their whole livelihoods on Instagram. You know what happens? Mm.
See, like I thought about it. I thought about the Neuralink, and like, see, I'm not like I was mixed feelings about it, and because I see the good in it, but I can see how it could be like it could be horrible. I can see how it could be real bad, but I see how it could be real good too. Like if you put left, I like collecting the data, but the thing about it, what can be scary is with they can use the data after a while. So basically, if you go ahead and if you go ahead and you collect enough data for you yourself, like for example, like if they had the Neuralink from a young age all the way until they die, they will probably be able to use it as an artificial intelligence to make that person, live forever in that sense. And I know they're not really living forever. This is going to be basically a shadow of them in something else. But it's almost like, suppose you can carry around, like, like if your cousin passed away early or something like that, and like you had the Neuralink of him, and they put it in your phone so you can hear his voice and saying stuff like how he would say it. It'll be sad at first, I guess. I don't know, but at the same time, it'll almost be like they're still there. So, it sounds so creepy. It sounds like, to me, I promise and everything, it just sounds like magic, right? But that's how I see technology.
Yeah. But I also feel like sometimes we go into areas where, like, it serves no purpose to do that. You know what I mean? Like, why put yourself in that? Like, let the person go. You know what I mean? She's gone. That's it. Move on. Don't try and, like, that's almost like the equivalent of like stuffing your human, stuffing a human being. You know what I mean? Like doing taxidermy.
Yeah, that's creepy to me for sure.
Mm-hmm. So you have this voice, and you can have this conversation of a guy that died. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right. That's odd. It's like.
It's
but
like,
at the
why?
same time, you see where some people might want that, but for me, that could be a little creepy, right?
I don't think people should be given the option to want that. You know what I mean? Because you're right. It is freaking creepy, and it really, at the end of the day, serves no purpose but like just like personal satisfaction.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure in some years coming up, they're gonna have an example of something close to this, and it's like if it's done, I would get my reaction off of like a pure reaction off of something like that, because me thinking about it, like I'll just think about the bad. I'll think about the good, but I'll think about how it could go wrong. So at the same time, for sure. I mean, and even AI for sure. It could that stuff could be dangerous too. Because, you know, not going on the iRobot kind of runaway theme, as they have feelings and stuff like that. Because I don't know if you would ever be able to give a robot a freaking soul, but energy. I see energy as our soul, so I don't know, because that's what energy can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
So,
I don't know if you could give them a soul, but I definitely think that they could develop their own personality and understand creativity and stuff like that. And I seen an example of that. I was watching a documentary between today and yesterday called AlphaGo. You ever heard of AlphaGo?
No, Alpha Go, like the Alpha Male Go.
No. So have you ever heard of the game Go? So in Asia, there's this game called Go. It's like let me pull it up here on the screen so you can see it, if people can see it. But it is it's this like ancient Asian game, and it's a program with like white and black circles that you play on the game, and you like try to control different parts of the board and stuff like that. Um, um, like people are like championships and shit like that. They play like grandmaster, this and that.
You move your phone away so I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't. So black and white boards, they change.
Yeah. Are you watching on the live stream or no?
Yeah, I'm watching now. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put it on here so you can see the image of what I'm talking about. Like once you see it, you're like, "Oh, that thing." You see it? Oh no, you don't. There. You see what I mean? The game board.
Oh yeah, yeah, that thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then you have to like block it off. I played it. Yeah, it's hard to learn too.
Mm-hmm.
The computer whoops my ass in this.
So you see this image here and stuff where the guys are two playing. So basically, this guy Lee Sidhu, he's like a grandmaster champion of the world, and he played against this computer AlphaGo from Europe, the UK, where it was using artificial intelligence to learn the game and come up with probabilities and stuff like that. And so the guy lost, like the computer beat him and beat him a lot. But there was one point where, the computer began learning new strategies and it started creating ones out of nowhere that just kind of stumped the guy because it was so random and unique that it was kind of like the guy like almost cried. He was just kind of like so touched about what this computer had evolved to. It wasn't just trying to map out probability. It was creating new strategies through its experience.
Okay, and that's it right there. That how it's if someone was to do that Neuralink and then they put their program, their brain basically into something, then evolution, you could probably oh my gosh, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the future is gonna come so fast. Now you just see that because once we get AI smart enough, they will be able to evolve like the way of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be able to progress way faster. So problem solving, a lot of stuff will be problem shooting. It's gonna be done faster. Imagine okay. How about this? Are you against having like a bot in your house, almost like a Siri? It's a Siri, but this Siri is moving around. He'll just walk up behind you, like, "Hey, you look a little parched. You want some water? I can tell you're dehydrated. Been talking a lot." And he's even joking around with you with your type of humor. Would you be against something like that?
I don't know if it'd be against something versus they would just irritate me. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm one of those kind of guys. I have a lot of patience, but I get irritated really easy.
Understood.
And so it would just be like if you started doing all these stupid things, then I would be kind of like, get the fuck out of here.
Just go.
Yeah. I'm one of those guys, like I get really uncomfortable when someone's being too nice to me, especially when I first meet them. Yeah, I know that. But Yeah, it'd be cool to have a bot. I know I've been using a crypto bot to trade currencies and stuff.
I thought about getting one of those. I didn't know if the payout would be worth it. Is it worth it for you, the payout for the using the bot? Oh man, yeah, you about to go.
No, what did you just say? The last bit, I kind of like I did drift off a bit, and I didn't hear it.
Dozed off. It's okay.
I did. You were saying something in that last bit. I was like struggling to listen to it. I couldn't hear you, and I was like, "Oh, no!" Repeat what you said. I want to hear what you said.
The bot, does it pay off? Does the crypto bot
Yes.
pay off?
Yes. Do you want to see the crypto bot? I actually haven't logged into it in a while, but I'll show you what I have on my. I'll share the screen and show you because I think that people need to learn this stuff. I haven't put enough time into this strategy, but this is sort of my. You ever watch Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah, I know Trailer Park Boys is.
Yeah. So you know they have their Freedom 35.
Freedom 35.
Yeah, you never. That's the whole story of Trailer Park Boys, right? Is that they're all doing crimes because they're trying to retire so that they don't have to do crimes anymore. Right? So when you see them getting all in those like schemes to make money and shit, or at least in the first like 5-6 seasons, it was all about their Freedom 35, and they wanted to basically be able to retire at age 35. So this is sort of what I would call my, and the reason why they called it Freedom 35, right? You have to be Canadian to know this, is that back in the days they had this insurance program which was called Freedom 55, and it was. Yeah, and it was designed so that you would, at 55, you would, retire and stuff. Oh my gosh, these coins are doing horrible.
Yeah, it's probably gonna shoot back up like in the next couple of months.
Yeah, everything's down like 30%. Actually, oh no, that's euro currency. So all the crypto's looking bad, so I don't really want to show it too much, but I'll show you the program so you understand like how this thing works and how people make money from it. So the product's called Crypto Hopper. And what Crypto Hopper does, it's like basically an online trading platform that connects to your exchange, and it finds coins using a strategy that you pick, and it will buy them and sell them so that you make a profit. And so you go into these things called strategies here, and they develop these sort of types of conditions that you use to say when to buy and when to sell. And so you look at this guy's strategy here. His average take profit is 17. Oh, sorry, no, those are the settings. It doesn't. I thought maybe, oh, here, maybe it is in the settings. Credit strategy. So when you add these strategies, you have these like indicators, like Bollinger Bands and Scholastic with talk over. You can add all these different indicators to help set the indication on when you want it. So, for instance, with the Bollinger Bands, they have a buy signal. It's got to be necessary, like it's a necessary to buy, and then it sets the parameters on which to set the chart. I guess you can also buy on candlestick patterns too. So you can test these strategies using backtester, right? And so they'll test it. You can select a currency. I don't know why it's in European. So anyways, let's move along. So basically, this is the setup that you do the strategy, and then it will go and find coins that you've told it to in your configuration settings, which are I don't know why it's so slow to load.
I get it. So what platform does it trade on, or does it trade on its own thing? The crypto.
So
Like-
you set the platform that you trade on. So you create these things called hoppers, and so the hoppers are all here. And you can even create when you subscribe to the service, because there's a free service, and then there's a service for like $20 that starts at. And so when you subscribe to the one at $20, you get to pick more coins, and you get a paper trading account. And so you can practice your testing and stuff. And yeah, and then there's different levels that you can do. That's not what I want to do. I want to make templates. Oh, here. Because when you make the template, it will show you all the what's we call it, all the different current exchanges. So here's all the exchanges that it works with: Binance, Coinbase Pro, BitTavavo, KuCoin, Binance USA, Kraken, Bittrex, Bitband, Pro, Crypto.com. You see the names here. So these are all the different exchanges that you can connect to. And then you create your little hopper out of the template, and then you set the parameters that you want on it, and then you just tell it to go, and it goes and it starts buying when it identifies the coin and stuff.
So can you even train it to find like altcoins?
Oh, that's what it does, right?
Oh.
Its whole job is to go on the exchange and find different coins, and based on the parameters that you've set, it will decide if it's ideal to buy, and then it will hold on to it for a specific amount of time, or how much profit it takes before selling it, or if there's another indication that says this is a sell indication, it will sell. And so this all happens in the settings here. You get to pick the exchange on the settings. You get to pick, here's where the coins and the amounts. So these are all the coins that are available on Kraken. I don't know why it's all grayed out, but it is.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, watch out what you're doing, because you're a little sleepy, and you don't need to be doing nothing crazy right now. You're sloshing.
No. This is on one of those simulations accounts. I actually haven't been running this for like a month or two. Ever since the recent crash where Bitcoin dropped from 65, I just kind of like let it sit out and wait, because it's just too much volatility going on.
I'm in the same boat. I'm sitting right next to you in that same boat, boy, because I just I don't have like crazy much money in it, but I have enough, and I'm just not looking at it until it jumps back, which I know it will.
Well, one good buy you might have missed out on recently was XRP. It was trading at like 60 cents. And I think now it's at like 85 cents. And I was kind of bummed because I knew it was going up. And I just wasn't, oh, fuck, it's at 91 cents. Or, sorry, 89 cents. Or, sorry, I lied. It went back down to 86. So the 1 week low was 58 cents, 58.9 cents. And this week high was 91 cents. Yeah. So if you put like say like $600, it would have turned into over $900 in a week. A third. So If you put $1,000 in, I think it would have been. I don't know. I have to be exact.
But that's nice. It's a great flip. That's a great flip.
It's like what, 60 cents. 31. It's like 31 cents. 31 cents. It's like a third profit. That's crazy. Or not even. It went half of its value. 60 to 90 cents is half of its value. So yeah, so this is an app that I recommend you try out and check for things. And so I'll show you this really quick while I'm doing this to explain what my retirement plan is. Yeah, my freedom thing. So, and this is something people don't understand when it comes to saving money and having good credit and all this kind of stuff and making sure they don't waste their money on stupid stuff, right? This is something that really blew my mind when it came to calculator. So one of the goals for that crypto hopper is to basically convert it and train it so that it's making a certain percentage per day. Oh, that was one thing I forgot to show you in the stats. So there's a stats page here. I wonder how far I can go back to kind of illustrate. Wait, was it the first? Maybe it was before that, December 31st. Guys, it says. Okay, anyways, you see the chart here? Do you see it on the chart on the screen?
Yeah, I see the chart.
Okay, so that was when I was first trading. I lost a little bit. This is in December. It went up, right? I was at like just under 3,000, and then it dived and went down to 24, and then it came back up and came down. Now, mind you, once it dived, see that when it got that big dive, I pretty much stopped trading. I was just like, fuck it. Like, like I'm gonna wait till like money gets back up and stuff. But you see how it's gone up and gone down, right? So the value of it has fluctuated this much through the coins, right? But the idea is to, when you're trading, there'll be an average daily profit, right? I want to get it so this system is making me an average daily profit of 1%, right? And so when you go into the compound calculator, you can see how that how using this with the 1% gain on it can generate a lot of money. So here's the initial purchase amount, daily interest rate and percentage, 1%, length of term. So let's say it's 10 years. So it's like 3,065, 3,650 days. Now I'm going to take it and reinvest 90%. So that what that means is like when I make my profit, 90% of it I'll reinvest it, and 10% I'll kind of keep it. Right? It's calculating now.
Including weekends,
Yeah, all daily. course, it's going to glitch, right? Try and reload it again. Oh, I can't see the face. Why is this? Okay. The page won't let me.
You think it's a calculator, like just it's having a hard time computing it?
Maybe. I don't think so, just because I think it's just a website. Whatever. Let's see if this works. Sometimes these sites are like so old, and there's a lot of people on it and stuff like that. So initial investment, 1,000. I don't know what this regular edition is. 1%. Interest is compounded. Oh, this is not right. It's not what I wanted. I gotta do daily. $1,000. 10%. To 10 years. Include weekends. Investment rate 90%. Earned capital. So in the first year, right, you would make $19,000. You would take out $1,900, right?
You said 19,000.
Yeah. So if you took $1,000, right, and compounded it 1% daily, right, including the weekends, and you took 90% of that profit that you made from that interest that you made from investing daily, right, and you reinvested it, after the end of the first year, you would be making $19,000. Yeah, that's 1% interest time because there's no additional money on it. So the first year would be 18,000. No, this is not right. This must be like them thinking you're putting in $1,000 a day. That must be the earnings. No, how?
No, No, if you have it at 1%, that you're getting 1% after if you keep on reinvesting
Mm-hmm.
that 1,000 because you in 10%, so it'll be nine. I mean that
Let me find another calculator that fucking works properly. Is that because usually what they'll do is they'll put like a spreadsheet. Like this one did it by the year. Like it should be by the day, so you can see exactly how much money you're making. You know what I'm gonna do? I know what.
was 19,000 too, and you would be keeping 2,000 in your pocket. If that's what it was, like that's actually what you was making. You have like no.
Here, I'm gonna find it properly. Because there was this calculator. How I knew it, because I invested in this thing years ago called BitConnect, and BitConnect was going to be like my retirement fund, but it was like a Ponzi scheme, and it looks like the spreadsheet's not there anymore. Maybe this is it.
Did you get some Doge loan?
No, I never bought Doge.
No, not Doge. Doge loan.
What's that?
That's Elon's coin.
What?
Elon's coin.
No, Doge loan.
Doge loan. Yeah, he has a coin. It's very weird. Like he never pushes that. He never pushes his coin, but like a lot of people even who have Doge don't have his coin. And I find it to be very weird because he can say one thing about Doge and make it go up and down. But yeah, he has his own coin. I got some of it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you can buy a little right now. Stuff that you can get with this, like he has a whole bunch of little avatars, and I think he has some NFTs too.
Probably everybody's getting the NFTs nowadays.
Okay, as a realtor, let me ask you, as a realtor, how do you feel about like NFTing a property? What do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I need to learn more about it.
Oh, okay, just this is me explaining it, not from because I didn't. It's me what I know what NFTs can do. I didn't go. I never watched like videos on like people NFTing properties and land and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
But this is me like seeing like maybe what you can do with it. So I know like what you can do is like when you NFT a property, it's like you can sell them the digital version of your house. So suppose I was to like this whole metaverse and stuff like that. If they was to make it a game or just of some type of virtual or even art, whatever. Like okay, Google Maps. If you was to go on Google Maps right now, but you were able to walk around like an avatar or whatever, and I went and I said, hey, yo, Julian, let me buy your house real quick, man. Like, cause I want to hold a party at your house. Let me rent it. And you be like, okay, you can use it, etc. and all that, and maybe I don't know. I'm just making up stuff now, but like you could set it up and all that stuff, and then I can hold a party in it, kind of deal, a virtual party at your house, or if you just want to buy the land, if someone like, just for example, like Grand Theft Auto, they decided to do a metaverse, and you can actually go to your house, but you can own it, and you are the only person, just because you have the NFT to the property, they connect it to the blockchain, So you actually own this house in this virtual world just because you hold this, this license or whatever.
No,
So
I totally get NFTs. I think that's not the area where I need to get more sort of education. It's just understanding the market and the demand and the people's interest for NFTs. Do you know what I mean? Especially in the case of real estate space. How many people are really going to care about owning a piece of blockchain? All right. Like, at the end of the day, it really comes to market adoption stuff. For years, they were talking about how much money could be potentially made off the cannabis industry. And all these cannabis companies were making, doing huge evaluations based on the potential market and possibility of what could happen. But when it actually did happen, these numbers never materialized because the market still decided to stay where it's at. The majority of the people that I know that buy weed, they still buy weed from their dealer. They don't go to a dispensary to purchase weed. Do you know what I mean? But the idea when they were doing these numbers or these predictions was like, oh, everybody's going to do this. Well, the question is, how many people are really going to buy into this metaverse? How many people are really going to live in it? And how long is that going to actually take before it happens?
Yeah, and everything you're saying is on point because. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, but if I was to go and get into any industry on it, and this is where I'm sort of like putting my education or like trying to get my knowledge, is on how to develop or build NFTs. So if I develop a service that builds NFTs for the average person and I can make some money off it, that's a good business. That's a good market in my mind because everybody wants to do this and no one really knows how to make NFTs.
That's why I want to. You know what? And I can't lie to you. Like that's probably where to go. Just to actually learn how to make them. To actually, if I was to do it instead of buying property, to actually make it so someone wanted to make an NFT for a property.
Yeah. Well, my advice is that if you're curious about this, then you should be going in a deep dive and learning all that you can and getting involved. Because if I looked at the crypto space and had to think about the one area where I failed at or I could have like really capitalized on this was that for a long time I was hearing about Bitcoin and stuff and people were talking about mining, but I never understood exactly what they meant by mining. Right? I thought they were going into some cave and fucking actually mining the shit. I did not understand the concept. Right? But when I learned more about the blockchain and understand proof of work and that's what their mining is, it's just these computers doing calculations. Like, fuck, I would have had Ethereum rigs making Ethereum 5 years ago. You know what I mean? I could have got access to all the computer components and all that shit and stuff like that. And so, because I didn't take the time to uh, invest in learning how this stuff works and what it means, I missed that kind of opportunity that I could have probably been retired by now. Because back then, mining Bitcoin was easy. And so was mining all these other cryptocurrencies. And they all hit like super mega highs, you know what I mean, before they crashed. I would have sold out for sure.
I'm okay. Man, freaking day. Yo, okay, you know what? As a gift, if I do get good at it, and I promise if I do get good at it, I'm gonna NFT you one of your any property if I can do it for you. I'll NFT you. Maybe it'll be worth something. I do think like in the digital space, stuff like that might be worth something in the future because okay, like the Nike, they bought NFTs. They bought a license, a patent. Nike bought a patent. They didn't say what they were going to do with it. But me knowing, I have friends who are sneakerheads, and I know for sure if when they do play games and stuff like that, if Nike says, hey, if you buy this shoe, it comes with an NFT, and you'll be able to wear it like, basically, or you could put it in your house in your shoe, or you could wear it while you're playing a game or something like that. They will like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even for the purpose of just the point that they bought it, but for them just to basically stunt and show it off, because that's the whole point. When they have sneakers and stuff like that, they don't, like, when they get it, they don't wear it. They hold it either to resell it,
Mm-hmm.
or they just basically be like, yo, look what I got. And it's in that concept, if I could create it, yes, we got me. I am going to learn how to create it.
Yeah. You should learn how to do it and do it. I don't know if you could see this chart. So it looked like the calculations were kind of right? And so if you started with $1,000 making 1%, that earnings would be $10 a day, right? And if you look at it, it's like $10. Then the next day is $10.09. Then $10.18, 20 cents, 30 cents. And then it's slowly, within 2 weeks time, it's gone up to $10.11. So 14 days you're making $1.14 off the thing, right? Plus you're pulling out some of this money here, where you're
10%.
yeah, adding, and it adds up. $2 here, $3 here that you're adding up. But as you scroll down to you get down to the end of the year, right? Say 365. By then you're making $260 a day. The next day, 263. You've saved $26,321, and you've pulled out $2,000, just under $3,000 for yourself. So
that sounds good, because you could reinvest that you pulled out for yourself.
Well, no, this is the thing with this compound interest. You're reinvesting 90% of the earnings that you make every day.
Right, but you started out with 1,000. So if you just saying, like, if I was like, I probably would have spent that 3,000 that time. I can't lie, like, probably something. That's the whole point.
The idea is you put this money in and you set the system so that it kind of like you set it and you forget it. Like, you're not supposed to look at this money ever. You just make sure that you're still earning the 1%, because after 2 years, right? Because that's 365 and 365. That's like what, 720 or something. Let's say 720 is 2 years. At 2 years, you're now pulling in every day $6,227.73, putting 90% back. Your total collective is what? $633,382. Like, at this point, if you were keeping if you could keep the 1% going, you could literally just like not reinvest any money and just keep the money where it's at and make $6,277 every day at 1%. That's the power of the compound interest. And so the idea is to take that 1,000 and after 5 years, get it to, and maybe I should do the calculation based on 5 years, because I think my plan was to do it for 5 years and then stop reinvesting and put that in. So.
The ultimate ASU. You know what ASU is?
No, who is ASU?
Like, I don't know. I guess different islands have different names for it, but when you get in a group and
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is like, but one bad man kind of deal. This is awesome right here. I can't lie to you, man.
But the difference with that Jesus and stuff like that is that, like, I always say everybody getting scammed in that, but it really comes down to everybody's got to make sure that they share the money right.
And the first is the last person to get their money it's always sketchy. You be the last person. It sucks.
Mm-hmm. So let me change this and do 1850 or 1825. 1, 3, 2, 5. Okay. Let's go 0.
Dang, this is 5 years?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
This is the power of compounding interest. This is why a lot of these rich people get rich. Because every year they take their money and they make the interest and they put it right back on. And then when they use their money, they don't actually spend their money. They borrow their money. Right? And so when they're borrowing from their money, they're not really taking away from their principal interest. And the principal interest is still returning interest. So after this certain amount of time, that money that they borrowed actually gets repaid through the interest. But look at that, 72,000. And so these kind of daily gains, they might be difficult to get, but once you get the system or the like sort of like the algorithm to figure it out, it's like, and as long as you average 1%, like maybe some days you'll do 2% or 5% gain, and then other days you might do -1. But as long as you average out 1% over the consistent whole time, these are the numbers you should be getting. You could even do it for 3 years and just keep it going after that and retire. But this is why you need to save money. Yeah, well, just because, like, whether it's crypto or whether it's you saving your money, you putting a few bucks every day adds up. You know, even in the case of going back to this chart, if you go to the beginning, you know what I mean? Imagine you could create a business where, you know, you start by making $10 profit every day, you know, but maybe after a few months, your profit increases and now you're making $29 profit every day. If you put that profit away, you know, it adds up. After 120 days, you're going to have $3,000. That's just $29 a day. Some people spend that on garbage every day. So if you were going to cut, say you spend 20 bucks every day, like I would look at your budget and see how much you're spending every day. But if you could cut something like that out of your every day at the end of the year, or at the end of the after 120 days, which is only what, 3 months or 4 months, right?
Right.
That's $3,000.
But I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not spend $29 a day. But,
I know, but there are people that do.
Oh yeah. Oh, I could. Yeah, easy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm gonna use this. Like, this is a great blueprint. Just to, if I have to start off, like, even, you know, if it's $1,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna start like You just showed me the power.
Yeah, that's up.
I'm watching it too. I think I'm gonna get something, and I'm gonna get action food. And like anytime I'm cash out like that, I'll put like in it if I can get more, put it in there.
Yeah. Oh, that's crypto right there. You know. But I think I'm gonna pull the parachute cord, bro, because it's 2 o'clock, and if I don't pull it soon, I'll be talking all night with you.
Oh man, now you hit me with a SpongeBob 1 hour later because I know 1 o'clock is the time.
Yeah, that's true, eh? Because it is. I did go over, but I wanted to show you that cryptocurrency thing because I know, and I wanted to show other people because that is something that people fail to understand about the power of compounding your savings and how, like, putting money away, you know what I mean, and not looking at it can add up. Like, even if you did this in your business where you took, say you had sales every day and you just made sure you took $30 out of your sales every day and just put it away, like what you would have after a certain amount of days that you did. That's where the wealthy barber, the wealthy barber is, right? Okay, there's David Kawasaki. He writes this book called The Wealthy Barber, and in it they talk about how it's important to save 10% of your income and put it away right away, and then this stuff adds up over time.
Is he Jewish? The person you're talking about?
No, he's Asian, I think, or Korean.
A Jewish guy gave me that same advice. He used to own, well, his parents, he worked for his parents who owned the liquor store, and then he ended up, I guess, taking it, but he told me that he said that's the only way he was able to afford what he has now, put 10% every day.
Sorry, what was the only way he was able to afford what he has now?
He said every check, it was like every check he put, like, he said every check he put, it was more than 50% of it, and I think he kept. Matter of fact, he actually kept like just what he needs for living, and he said it was like probably around. I'm not. Don't quote me on it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably around like 20 to 10%. He only kept for himself, and he said everything else he would save. He would put away just for savings, and yeah, and that's how he retired. And all that. But I mean, I don't know the age he retired at, but the community he stays in is a really nice community and all that. And he eats like basically say anytime he goes out to eat, he goes to McDonald's and gets like a coffee, and he goes like to the bare minimum. He doesn't spend more than a certain amount on food and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. He's mindful of his spending. That's good.
Julian, for real, give thanks for real, man. Like I appreciate all the time. For real.
My pleasure. I appreciate you too. Being here to hang out with me and talk. It would have been boring if I was by myself. It was actually pretty quiet tonight. You know what I mean? There wasn't that many people, but whatever. Yeah. But I did think that I got some really good feedback from this contest, and so I am going to do the raffle. I'm actually going to call my partner and tell him he's the genius, and that the next time I question an idea that he has, he's got to remind me about how I think he's, because a lot of the great ideas that we have for this business, he's come up with. You know what I mean? Like, I have good ideas and everything, and I think, unique strategies, but there'll be times where, like, we'll be brainstorming and stuff, and he'll come up with a concept, and some of them I just think they're crazy, right? But when I really look at it, it's like, no, this is a better way to do it. You know what I mean? And so to me, having this raffle and getting people to sign up, and it's a better way to do it. Because the other way was coming from a selfish position. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one gained but us by giving away that Seamoss. Now we do it this way. Everybody benefits. We get the exposure we want, and people get helped. I fucking love it. Genius. Yeah. He was the one just before Christmas told me, like, let's drop the sale and sell the Seamoss. Let's help these farmers. And since then, that's kicked off, like, I guess, like a new energy in the business. It's like we've got a buzz now, and business is starting to come out of, like, all different areas. People that are calling me that I wouldn't expect to call me, you know what I mean, to make deals. It's, it's a blessing. God's good. But with that, let's get going, or it's going to be another 2 hours later. Real, I'm getting tired. So, all right, Rio. Until Sunday, I'm gonna be counting the days till I'm back, and we'll talk more then.
Good night.
All right, good night. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. And that's it. We're out. So thank you so much for those who stayed to the end and listened to us ramble on. I hope you got value out of it tonight. I'm going to get some sleep. So you have a good night. Salute. And make sure you take your Seamoss. All right? Take care.